Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food, or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo, and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
Water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for June 2nd, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every other participant or attendee here. Most of the participants have a working microphone, so you're all part of this roundtable discussion, and no one is wrong and no one is 100% right, as we're finding out more and more as our understanding changes, as we get closer to understanding the totality. But as Mr. Keshe said at one point, the more we understand the totality, the more we realize we know nothing. So again, that's a point of humbleness. And of course, we know the knowledge will never end. And again, we've gotten delivered to each and every one of us, I think, another beautiful love letter from Mr. Keshe, full of love and knowledge. And it's for you to open it up and understand this knowledge and this love for yourself. And that's where we are. He's taken us through the Magravs and the Ganses and the other energy transformations, not realizing, as we said earlier, that the target of the whole operation has been you from the beginning. And I remember, if some other knowledge seekers are here and you've remembered Mr. Keshe saying, I put it right in front of your noses and you can't see it, meaning it's you. And this is what he's opening up, this secret, in a way, this golden key, this aspect of the knowledge of creation, understanding your own beauty and so on of your own creation, and understanding how you can gain some of these aspects of wellness, feeding, transmutation, and the rest, which more or less has been hidden from the majority of humanity from the beginning. Although some people have understood parts of it or aspects of it, and some more than others. But now we're understanding, since we can dream, we can also move into these other dimensions. And we'll have some questions on that today and some other things we'd like to cover. But before we start, and as we normally do, we will cover the World Peace Treaty. And apparently peace, having peace within you, is also part of this transmutation process. It does seem he had referred to the amount of peace you're storing within you, or are you just faking it? And then at one point in time, you decide to be peaceful, and another point in time, you decide to kill as much as you can. But this World Peace Treaty is something the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders will sign, and each one of us should sign, either with a pen or with the pen in your soul. Again, it's finding peace within yourself, not so much enforcing peace on anyone else. That's done through the elevation of their soul, which we're learning how to use our own Magrav reactors as well to accomplish this and connect with other souls and understand more about this beautiful system that the Creator has built, or our souls have built, if you want to look at it that way. But of course, your soul is representing the Creator in so many ways. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? A very simple document. You can find it again at the Keshe Foundation website. You can share it with the others. But again, it does seem like we're getting closer and closer to this. It's always been a need, but the need seems to be more imminent as the days and the weeks in this period go by. And we know what's in the news and we know what's being threatened. Again, it could be partially to scare us, but the others in some countries are saying this is no bluff. So again, let's work towards this within ourselves, within our community, and of course with the universal community. And that's what we're doing in our intentions or the gathering together of the souls at a certain time every day to bring this process to allow it to manifest in the matter state. And always feel free to interrupt me if you'd like to add anything. So I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're writing it for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, and a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, the date on position held. It's quite self-explanatory, and have it witnessed. I think you'll definitely touch the witness, whoever witnesses this document for you. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And apparently there's a bunch of them. As Mr. Keshe said, the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe. The same way, I guess, the nitrogen has different faces and can show itself as silica, as nitrogen, as something else, and so on. So these energies also have different faces. I know he talked about that with the gold amino acid. He said, you can convert this to the actual physical gold once you understand how that face is manifested. So he calls them faces in a way, as these certain things can show more than one face or more than one maybe personality in a way, but it all depends on the energies of it. And so we're learning quite a bit again, and this is what this is all about, your own reactors, understanding yourself. And if you're not comfortable with that, then you can go back to the world of the matter state, making Ganses and Magrevs and the rest of it. Nothing wrong with that. I think we should be able to create things in both dimensions, but as I've also said, these are the reactors. Your internal understanding of how you operate is what you're going to carry with you from now until you decide to make that final separation. So it's a beautiful knowledge. It's been gifted in love, and we're very fortunate to be here. Even though our numbers seem rather small, we know that this knowledge has reached at least the top of the American government and the Defense Department. We know they're looking into certain things, and former President Obama listens, many, many important people, and probably NASA and other places. But that is not so important to us. Again, it's for them to find it for themselves. And there's no real formula. It's for you to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself, and then, of course, to apply it. And perhaps in a way, what emotion triggers you may not trigger me, and vice versa. As we found out, heaven to you may not be heaven to me. I may not feel comfortable there. Or, as I said, the heaven I create may not be feeling great to you. But we test the soul, find out where it is, and then we move into that position. And this is what we're learning step by steps. We're being slow walked in so many ways into this knowledge. So we're going to unravel a little bit more of the 540th. I know he said he might stop at around 1,000, so we have a number of years left. But hopefully in the meantime, we are seeing many things happening. We're going to talk about the Iran conference as well, but let's go into the store. And feel free to interrupt, as I said, if you have any thoughts or want to add something in any aspects of this. We did see the alkalizer, which was advertised, and here it is in the store. And of course, Mr. Keshe said that alkalizing the body does, or getting into that base condition, I guess they call it, acid versus base, in a way. But it says limited availability, so I'm not sure if it's still in stock. People used to take baking soda as a preventative to try to up their pH or change something in the body so they have a little bit more wellness. But this could be done without just through the interaction of the fields of the GANs that is apparently within, and there may be other things in there. I don't know if the maker of this actually used the probably the Keshe Foundation GANs, but an alkaline body, and Alex has mentioned this a number of times, is and Mr. Keshe as well, is one of the keys to health of the physicality. And I think someone who's not here has it. I don't know if anyone has this particular unit, or has anyone done it. Just making a GANs alone and using the water, it's normally at a higher pH than the tap water you started with. So using drops of it, or however you want to use it, it can also elevate you. But this might be a proprietary combination of creating this base condition. We can just click on it a little bit. And again, this is also finding out more about it. Yeah, it's a great gift. The cylinder alkalizes water through the interaction of the magnetic and gravitational fields naturally present in the environment. First portable that alkalizes without getting in contact with and without ever deteriorating. So apparently it doesn't degrade and doesn't have filters or spare parts. It doesn't have batteries or other reagents. A non-openable glass sealed cylinder, which I believe he's talking here, almost very similar to what the cosmic ray material would come in. I haven't ordered this, I haven't used this, but we do understand the principle of it. And just to show, I'm not sure if it's there, but it can be still added to the cart, as I did just to check and see. It didn't say out of stock. So this is a nice gift for the office, for the home, or for someone else you just want to see have an improvement. Of course, we know a lot of the improvement comes through the emotions, and this is what we're learning. Alex, did you want to say something, or is your mic opened? Go right ahead.
Yes, I wanted to add to your point there about you were talking about adding baking soda or something to the water. In the physical realm, there's two ways to change the pH of the water. One is through a chemical additive. So either, you know, what they call in the aquarium hobby, pH up and pH down, or you know, you can add a calcium to it. But as we know, the calcium itself is not water soluble, and so it does really no effect for you from a health standpoint in that regard. The electrolysis is a good way, but what you have to understand is that the moment the electrolysis stops, the energy level starts coming back down, and that's the difference between a plasma alkalizer, because that is neither electrical nor chemical. It is plasmatic. And, you know, from my own experiments, I've had the effect go as far as 30 feet away from the alkalizer. But the thing is, the farther you go, maybe it takes a little bit longer. But right next to it, or right involved with it, in less than 24 hours, the water becomes alkaline, and it is loaded with the energy that the body can absorb. Thanks very much. Over to you.
And when they say here, drinking water alkalized in this way allows our body to become more basic, hence absorbs more oxygen. What does this mean? Is it the acid in the base is being referred to here?
Yes.
When he says basic.
Yes, basic is alkaline.
Yes. So that's what they're meaning, to become basic, hence absorb more oxygen. And as Alex has told us, the big C doesn't like that oxygen, does it? And of course, there's other things going on, but this is a way without batteries or reagents to create a beautiful alkaline water. Didn't they call that bicarbonate of soda that people would take when they started feeling an illness or a flu coming on? They may mix it up, and I don't remember it in my household very often, but this was an old remedy, apparently, or an aid in some ways to help you to feel a little better. Is that the bicarbonate of soda? Is this what we're talking about, Alex?
Yeah, there are a lot of old methods of doing that, and you know, the efficacy range is all over the map with them. The thing is, in the physicality, we stop doing the things that cause the problem and start doing the things that work towards the problem. That is always a formula that works. It is just to understand that in our alimentary canal, we do not have a mouth. The mouth is in our head, and so it goes down a tube. So the question is, how does the energy from the food and how does the energy from the water get into the body? And so, you know, I used to think it was done osmotically, where you have a gradient charge that you know, the charge will migrate across the membranes. And so in physicality, that seems to work. And you know, we use an osmotic reaction for filtering water. But the thing is that, again, that this is a physical process, and it comes burdened with all its limitations. The moment that you put the water in your mouth, that energy flows, as Mr. Keshe has explained, instantaneously right throughout the body. And there are some examples, and what you brought up to mind here. You know, when someone is like, say, seriously parched, you know, coming out of a desert or extremely hot condition, hot and dry condition, it isn't a good idea to flood them with water, but just to wet their lips, if you will, and so gradually bring them back into a more fluidized state. There's another fish called a plecostomus, and I just learned this, and here comes Randy. I just learned this to my surprise. This fish has an ability to remain in suspended animation, and it looks quite dry and it looks quite dead. And what they discovered is that they could take this fish and just moisten its lips, and it basically comes back to life. And I wonder how many of these have died in the aquarium trade just through this lack of knowledge. Now, I haven't had a chance to test that myself, but I've seen videos of it, and it's totally amazing. So life in many ways is very amazing, but there's a key difference between physical water and plasmatic water. And so when you're talking about the energy, don't forget that the energy contained in the alkaline state is of a higher order of magnitude than it is in the physical state. Back to you.
You know, we did visit China recently, and most of the time when you ask for water in China, it's either slightly warmer than room temperature or even warm water that they serve you, plain water. Now, in here in the Western cultures, we feel the cold water is much more satisfying. Apparently, in China, they feel it creates a disbalance within the body to drink a cold water going in, but it does feel rather good. Any thoughts anyone have on drinking warm water versus cold water?
Can I chime in again?
Okay, you don't have to ask. Everyone has a mic. That's fine. We're not regulating them. It's your discretion to come in when you feel it's right.
Okay, I'm just a co-host. I'm not the co-dominator. Anyway, the thing about the temperature is, of course, the body maintains an internal temperature, and then when you bring in the cold water, then it is drawing that heat out of the body, and that the purpose of that heat is obviously to keep the everything working properly. So by drinking the water at room temperature, then the body's not going through that shock. Why it's such a North American phenomenon, and you know, coaches of sports teams, they're not allowed to smoke on the sidelines. So to facilitate the nervous tension, then they'll chew on an ice cube. And yeah, a lot of people they like the cold drinks, and a lot of that has to do with the sugar metabolism and the fact that it indicates a diabetic condition. And so the relief to that system with the cold water is alleviating shall we say, the higher temperature. If you've ever had a diabetic come into a warm room, you'll notice the sweat on their brow will start to accumulate, and you could be perfectly fine, and they'd be totally uncomfortable. And you notice the same thing with people who drive around in the car with you. If the temperature comes up slightly, oh, I have to open the window and bring all the smoke in. But people who are, shall we say, uncomfortable with their environment and environmental temperature, they're really having a problem with the balance of temperature within their own body because they're in an unhealthy state. So uh, this was kind of rudely pointed out to me, and I've been watching it very carefully, and it's just amazing. I could be in a nice warm room, and I'm, perfectly calm, and someone comes in, and you can tell, well, they're a little overweight and a little pudgy, and you know, teetering a bit, and then they start perspiring, and oh my God, get out the towel, and they have to leave the room because they're very uncomfortable. So this becomes an indication of poor health. So the other cultures, like the Chinese culture that you mentioned, they are a lot more sensitive to these issues and more empathetic. So that's why you see the difference in the culture. Back to you.
Right. And if you believe something, can it easily manifest if you are believing in that persuasion? I know when they hear that term in China, cold water, if you were set to say that and put it on someone, I don't mean physically, but just say, cold water on you, that's kind of, in a way, not a good thing. They refrain from that. So, depending on how you believe is also very important because we know what the role of emotions play. And maybe that's a question for Mr. Keshe to ask if the belief of cold or hot water would make any difference within your system. Okay, so I thought we'd start there in so many ways. Let's go up the page or maybe down the page. Oh, we have to go back. And since the next offer from the Keshe Foundation is coming up, and I think this is we need to find the transmutation preparation sessions. Here it is. And this is coming up on the 21st of this month. And you can take part in this. Again, this is all about keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Not free from humanity, but free for humanity. And we'll play that video, become a trial volunteer. And of course, in these trials, we pay for them. But we're developing the system, and certain energies are being added or balanced within your own structure within these sessions. I know he said the June session would even be more exciting, and perhaps we're going to listen to that. But you can sign up. You'll find this at the, and I don't think there's any running out of inventory unless they go past 800 or 1,000 people in the session. But this is booking your virtual seat and helping the scientists to understand, doctors to understand. And as Mr. Keshe said, when you're in these systems with the headphones, what is being, when the headphone is shut off, they're feeding you energies. And apparently when the headphones are open, you're feeding back some sort of report, whether it's collectively or individually, of what those energies that were added to you actually have done. Again, we haven't been privy to everything that's going on in the background, very little, as a matter of fact, but we have seen charts which have shown different things and different interactions being created, but more or less it's for everybody to enjoy the system, and you may receive a little gift by being in there. The sessions are about 8 hours long, so come with a fully charged phone and 2 pairs of headphones. I think he said maybe we should go to that clip, which I think starts at about 122 in these transmutation preparation sessions. And again, once we learn this, this is gaining everlasting life in so many ways. If you can play off this dimension of energy against the dimension of physicality, and being able to transit between the 2 dimensions, which is what the new soul is bringing, that all those who haven't been able to do this, and I do think in the universal community there are some who have that ability already to transit between the 2 dimensions, but it's not widely known. Even among the universal community, maybe they've been told not to share. I don't know. But we know the ones in the UFO and so on are still operating in the matter state, and they're still trying to get back to the soul as we are trying to discover that creator within. As we know, everything has a soul. And the famous saying is, if they knew how to fly in the dimension of the transmutation, or the way the creator moves, magnetic fields in the plasma state, they wouldn't be in the spaceship. They wouldn't have a need for it. There'd be no need to move any physicality in so many ways. So we're learning a lot more about this whole process, and this is part of the Keeping Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. So let's go ahead and listen perhaps to, hopefully I can find it somewhere. We'll listen to what Mr. Keshe said about these sessions coming up, and then we'll move into the conference after that. I'm just looking for my, maybe it's already up there. Okay, we're going to go, all right, here. And no, I think I have it at the wrong spot. I'm going to have to move this one a little bit more. Sorry. I was looking at a few selected clips and I wasn't sure exactly which one we were going to choose. So I also want to bring up the transcript here. And let's see if we can, did I have something highlighted on this transcript? Okay, no, I think it's in the one before, but we're going to start at about 122 here, where he talks about the sessions in last month's session and what's coming up in this session. So there's still plenty of time for you to book the preparation sessions if you're so inclined to do that. Okay, let's start here. Feel free to interrupt or make a comment about this topic, because we all have very similar systems within us, and so we all are able to do it. If you're dreaming or daydreaming, you're already doing it. It's just a matter of understanding it in the conscious level and creating the conditions for that to happen.
So we judge every day, every step what we do. Thank
Good,
you
yeah.
very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manager, for all your support and help.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Very much. Any other question?
I have a question from Gerhard in the Q&A here. It says, hello, Mr. Keshe. During the last Friday's session, I returned a few times and I didn't know where I was anymore. It just remained a nice feeling. What can I do so that I don't lose the visual impressions so that I can pass them on to other knowledge seekers?
Well, a lot of your knowledge seekers who were in last week's session was set up deliberately to create a position of us, how to elevate your soul of physicality, how to elevate your soul, and then the last session was to bring the two together as the soul and the soul of physicality as one entity. We have a system which can do this. We built it up for doing this. If you were in a session of last week, at the beginning, you saw two of the lines were on. And then later on, two different numbers came on. But the first two were switched off. And then in the last session where you actually, all of you, those of you who were in that position, whatever, you saw all four lines were connected. We control the elevation of the soul, of physicality. We control the elevation of the soul of the man on its own. And then we bring in for the soul and soul of physicality to work together as one entity, as part, because you are physically here and your soul is here. Or central energy.
So this is one of the aspects. The soul of the man, the soul of physicality are aware of each other, but for the most part, or maybe not so much for the most part, they have an uncomfortable working relationship. And this is where he's saying we're trying to get the lamb and the lion to eat and sleep in the same nest as one entity. And apparently they're controlling this. We control the elevation of the soul of physicality. We control the elevation of the soul of the man. And then we bring in for the soul and the soul of physicality to work together. So these are some of the things that are going on in the background.
And each one has given you different feeling or different emotion or different vision of whatever you decided. So in the June session is much more complex structure, which we directly target the elevation of the soul, in a way not elevation, but connection to the point of destination. And you control how to not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension, but seeing yourself and seeing your environment around you in a dimension that your brain, physical dimension, translates it to a physical manifestation of a person, aliens, a cat, a furniture.
Now, this is very intriguing here, in a way, not elevation, but connection to the point of destination you control. Not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension, but seeing yourself and seeing the environment around you in a dimension that your brain, physical dimension, translate it to a physical manifestation of a person. So is this still in the dimension of energy? Just the way you see yourself walking in the dream, but now you're fully conscious of it. Any thoughts or comments about this? Not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension, but seeing yourself and seeing the environment around you in a dimension that your brain, physical dimension translates it to a physical manifestation of a person, alien, a cat, a furniture. Anyone want to comment on that? We were talking a little bit about this earlier. Because if you brought the physicality into deep space, obviously it would dissolve. If you bring the physicality on a physical planet, unless there was a dome structure there, like on the moon, you would have to manifest, again, in that sort of physical shape of the creature that the inertia and the magnetical gravitational fields of that place manifest. Unless you go to the moon and there was a dome there, then you could transmute and manifest yourself as a man in that environment, within that structure. But if you go outside of it, you then have to take on the shape of whatever creatures exist on the moon. From this planet or any other planets, they'd have to take on whatever their strength of their soul manifests in that position. So is it more that you're not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension, but just interact with the energies and the emotion, but you're still seeing yourself as if you had physicality? Any questions or thoughts on that someone would like to make? This has been an anomaly for me.
Would that be considered like the form of hologram or a ghost? Is it comparable to that? Because you can see, you don't have your physicality, but you can see yourself in that environment. Is that what he meant?
Yeah, I think, and the brain interprets it as if you were there, just as in the dream. You're in a car, you're riding with someone, you think you're in a car and you're riding with someone. Or you're walking down the path in the woods.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember him saying, and it gives you the choice whether you choose to actually go or not. Up to you.
But if you were in the middle of the solar system somewhere, the man would not be able to manifest his physicality unless you had some shielding around you. And then you'd be in the spacesuit or something.
Well, that depends on what you would look like if you're in the sun. So you choose, yes, I think I will try it, or hey, I don't want that one. And you just go with your soul, your energy body.
Yeah, I'd have a feeling that if you try to manifest the physicality, you'll end up dissolving in many locations. There's no oxygen. There's
No,
nothing
it's
to
not.
breathe.
It's not that you're going to go with the human physiology. You can choose if you want to go with the way you would manifest, say like a flying worm on the moon or something very different in another planet. So you have the option to choose. You can either remain in your energy body and go along, or you can decide, hey, maybe I'll try that one. It looks interesting.
Okay. Very good. Anyone else? Okay. We're just adding our comments to what has been said here. And perhaps I should just back it up a bit for the ones that just joined us. He's talking about not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension, but seeing yourself and seeing the environment around you in a dimension that your brain, physical dimension, translates it to a physical manifestation of a person, aliens, a cat, a furniture. So it does sound to me like you're experiencing. Huh? Excuse me? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do in dream. When we dream, we don't necessarily touch ourselves, but we can observe the environment, observe that, okay, we were here. But we don't have a way to look at ourselves to see how, if we are like that, but we can feel the presence that we are present there. And then we observe what is around it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anyone else want to add anything? Again, we're opening up the mystery of the energy of the matters of the entity to the energies within it. We're opening up the mystery of the energies of the entity to the knowledge there of all these energies that are within you that you can play with. And this is a beautiful reactor. You're carrying it with you all the time. It's made by your soul, and it carries all the attributes in a different size, a different amount, and a different strength of the Creator. I made the man in the image of myself. We continue, or we'll hear this again, hopefully.
Each direction, each dimension connects to that. So we judge every day, every step what we do.
I might have gone back too far.
Thank
Good,
you
yeah.
very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Manager, for all your support and help.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and he did mention a little bit in the beginning of the session. So again, we showed the transmutation preparation session, and you can all sign up for that. It's again, depending, it's not as expensive as going to one of these conferences. But again, you can make the wish to go, and you can also help support people going to these conferences, which the next one will be held in Iran. So let's go back to the store if we can. And we will look for the next session that's coming up. We'll see if it's here, or do we need to change something to, I think we need to go on the one that has all of the recent new release. Oh no, here it is right here, sorry. So this is what's up. We'll keep this up. Well, actually, it's shown in the video. So let's hear about the next offer, which you can sign up for the 2024 Iran Flight Conference, where you can actually witness the understanding of the magnetico-gravitational positioning, it sounds like to me. You may not know how to build it, but you'll be able to witness it. There may be some other surprises provided by the Keshe Foundation, and I think we'll let Mr. Keshe explain that. And you may see some, and again, he said it was up to Iran to show some of the technology that they have developed. Whether they want this in this session or not, I think he's said it's completely up to Iran what they would like to show. So we're going to go to right after the break, and this one will be about approximately 16 minutes long. We're going to go to, let's see where we are here, 50, I think we need to go to about 54 minutes, and we'll just bring it over here. Okay, and let's bring up our, and we'll bring this to the 54-minute mark as well. And we will hear a bit more detail about this conference. There are people who have already signed up for it. There are some cautions, as he said, for women and to dress properly, not to break the rules there. And again, to think good, speak good, and act good. So let's start here. These are the announcements after the break.
Okay, we're back again at the 540th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Generally, Mr. Keshe has something to say before we begin the questions. Is that true, Mr. Keshe? If you like to
Yes.
bring up some
We
things.
never change our pattern, do we? Yes, there are a number of announcements to be made. As we promised you about the Iran conference, as we have to declare to the Iranian officials, as we had the same thing with China, who's coming and what, and start the program planning. If you go on the Keshe Foundation website as of yesterday has released the preliminary date of the conference in Isfahan as the 16th of November in Iran. If you go on the website, it's there. We will close this in a very short time because we have to give the names, people who come, how many, whatever, to the what we call the officials for receiving the certification and license to go. And this will follow with the conference in Washington in 2025. In the Tehran conference, those of you who come from out of Iran, we meet all in Vienna. And we are planning, and the process has already started, in flying to Isfahan direct, bypassing Tehran. There are two ways we can do. One is by chartering a plane or using Turkish Airlines through Istanbul to Isfahan. From the point of Vienna to Isfahan and return back to Vienna, we allowed 14 days, which means the session starts on the 16th, finishes 17, 18, 19, and then it's a 5 days. By Wednesday we finish, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because Thursday, Friday is Iranian weekend holidays. So we leave Vienna around about 14th, 15th, we start 16th, and return back to Vienna will be on the 28th. This is the responsibility we accept, and we collaborate with Iran Foreign Office and the military and everything else to get this smoothly done. So when you register, we have put this date of 16th October preliminary to be with responsibility we accept, and we collaborate with Iran Foreign Office and the military and everything else to get this smoothly done. So when you register, we have put this date of 16th October preliminary to be, we stick to it unless something changes. And we all meet in Vienna. And from Vienna, we go to Iran, to Isfahan. After the, what we call 5-day session, we leave a week for you to visit the historical parts of Iran. You want to stay in Isfahan, you want to go to Shiraz, maybe you want to travel to beautiful places of Iran, and we come back all to Isfahan, same day, same flight, we all depart. This way we can control from our security-wise and everything else. All the expenses of flight and the stay for the session of till Wednesday or Thursday is covered through this, what we call donation. If you decide to stay in Isfahan for the rest of the time or travel to near the city of Shiraz, which is the most of the beautiful part of, historical part of Iran is, then you're free. It has to be said, those of you who come, please go to your embassies, get your visas, don't run into problem which most of you ran before. You can apply it online and get it, and everything else can be done. We will organize with the Iranian officials that the process of the lift and motion, what we call space program, will be shown in conjunction with the Iranian officials. We'll invite dignitaries from around the world. It will be the first time such a technology is shown. They will be present, like, as we said, with China, people from Iran, scientific, government, and others present in this session. So understand the dress code. Ladies who don't have to be worried, as long as you carry a scarf, you cover your head in a decent way, there is no problem. There is no restriction unless you break the code, which is what I call unacceptable conduct. We try to make it, and the place for the conference has already been decided, is in one of the most beautiful, what we call hotels in Iran, in Isfahan, in a 5-star hotel, 4-star hotel, and the session of the flight and the demonstration of the flight and the rest will be done in conjunction with the Iran government and outside the premises. So you'll be taken most probably to a position destination where dignitaries and you as knowledge seekers will be there to see for the first time in public the process of the left-hand motion by using what we call plasma technology. No more burning of the fuel, no magnet running around. And at the same time, we know many governments are processing this system, trying to achieve that point as a gift from the Iranian nation. We share knowledge. You don't need to guess anymore if UFO.
And it looks like a lot of governments, did he say here that they're trying to build a system like this? This is what we saw in the matter state of the transmutation for cargo or space travel or what have you. And as Mr. Keshe said in the past, those who don't want to do the transmutation, we still have to accommodate you. So there will be a very faster plane, as he indicated, for you to do this. And many governments apparently are working in the background, since we're all so physical, of building a spaceship or a craft in a way.
If UFOs are, you will be part of that system. You will see it as a progressive development of the knowledge of humanity. We have a few more surprises for you in that demonstration. Surprises which changes the world of science. Surprises in the way of next step in science and technology. Will change the whole course of humanity.
And again, you may not be able to build a system yourself, but you will be able to witness and possibly take part in some sort of demonstration where you become interactive with the system again, or perhaps there will be some sort of hovering craft in another way, or something else. Surprises will be there as well.
This we need to arrange with the Iranian officials in that to what extent Keshe Foundation can. And as we said, we bring the technology from the Keshe Foundation in to Iran, and as we did with China, we take it out of Iran. If the Iranian officials would like to add, to share additional technologies which they have achieved through the same process, it's their decision. We invite world leaders, military of every command, to be in Tehran for that demonstration. That has to be arranged through the channels of diplomacy and military. That's nothing to do with the Keshe Foundation. But as we said, we share the knowledge with you and with the government. And this time you are both there to be witness to change and evolution of the science and technology. We might show you the flying car.
Okay, so we might show you the flying car in this demonstration as well. Maybe you'll even be allowed to sit in it. I'm not sure. But again, what he said about Tesla in a number of workshops, he said it's not the actual thing we've been thinking of. But he did say, you know, the Tesla car is there to strip, and he did say we would leapfrog over the electric cars. He's also mentioned that the electric car industry has about a 2-year life. Now, how accurate that is, or again, maybe they'll hold off on modifying the car and go to this small craft that he's mentioning here. So you can see how far along the development is for within the Keshe Foundation.
Car that you will see the end to the fossil fuel, to the abuses. The flying car, you think we created for changing the structure on this planet? No. The, what do you call a flying car? A miniature version of your spaceship is for a space development. You need to move along the surface of a planet. Sorry, there are no roads, there's dust and everything else. You hover over. We tune to the gravitational magnetic field of the planet and distance gap. So when we show the new, what we call plasma cars, is not to change the car industry on this planet. It's to show the new method that traveling and exploring the space.
Again, does it sound like he's moving away from the car now and creating some sort of mini craft here, which again is probably you, but we have to accommodate everyone who's not familiar with the transmutation. So maybe this is what he's saying. You hover above the planet, and that's one of the things here. He didn't say we choose magnetic fields. Where was that? I think I'll back that up a second. He said we tune the gravitational magnet, or tune to the gravitational. Here it has choose, so that's one small mistake, but tune and choose could be in a way the same. But they're tuning to these. Again, this does sound like a matter state type of development, similar to what UFOs are using. Perhaps on this planet, I think he's alluded to that. And probably some in the universal community as well that are using these magnetical gravitational positioning systems, matter state reactors. Although he did say we create a field, there's no real reactor there, but apparently it's the same. And one becomes the feeder, one field becomes the feeder, but how to keep those fields in position at the right strength and to adjust those is, again, knowledge that man has not more or less acquired. Maybe a few have achieved it. I think the Iranian government has achieved the flight with these type of craft, because Mr. Keshe said in the past that they're flying over our country, meaning the United States, every day, but we don't have the technology to detect them. We can't detect them with the radars. And we see this many times with UFOs being sighted by certain people on the ground, and they call into the local Air Force base or to the flight tower of an airport, and they say they see nothing on their radars.
At the same time, we will show new technologies in Iran. And if we extend to it, as you've seen the Keshe Foundation conferences, those of you who attended in the past, there is no speaker, there is no speech. You are part of the technology. You are involved in every second of the discussion and the technology. Please book and complete with your full name, details given to us. We need a passport number, we need everything else. When you book on your link, you send a message to the Keshe Foundation. This is my reservation booking number, and these are my details: passport, nationality, and everything else which is needed for Iranian security to check, background check on you, which is normal. We did that with the, what do you call it, with the Chinese too. It's not something just to Iranian. Certain governments want to know who comes in and the reason they come in. We have put the price for Iran conference at 7,500 for knowledge seekers. The corporate rate is at 20,000. And we will separate the two. We know who comes and what they come and the way they come. What we call, you cannot transfer it to somebody else, because we know the space is very limited for Iran, and people might think, oh, I buy it cheap and maybe I sell it later. It's the first time we ever show, man ever sees clearly, openly, what we call plasma left and motion. So there'll be a lot of people interested. It's not somebody to buy. Who pays, makes the donation, has to be there. You cannot transfer it to your son or somebody is my cousin.
So there's no buying tickets or like to a ball game or a football game or a concert, and then you're going to sell them for more later. It's you and only you. So if you make the donation and you missed, I think you've made a donation to the Keshe Foundation, which is all good. But there's no reselling it or transferring it to anyone else. And I would think the government there, because of the exchanges that have happened among other countries, and they're going to be quite careful about who they allow to come in and who they want to keep out, because again, many people have infiltrated different ways, and so they'll be probably quite careful with it. But we have to contact the embassy on our own and do that, which I think can be all done online. I don't think you have to actually physically go to an embassy to do that. Anyone familiar with this process? But I think it would be all done online for those who are thinking or wishing. As I indicated earlier today, it's not that easy for many of us to come up, but you can, as Stefania did. She wasn't able to make it to Sanya, but she did make a wish she would like to go. And then within a few days, I guess, before, someone had furnished her the ticket. I'm actually practicing to transmute to Isfahan and also the Grand Canyon. I'm working on that in the background. So we'll see how that fares. But it is definitely possible to do. Maybe the June session will put some over the threshold of being able to gain a little bit more understanding in this process. Okay, we'll finish it.
Iran security will not allow us to do it. So you have to understand, 2024 is what we promised. We try to keep, and everything goes okay. We travel together to Iran and we leave together Iran. And knowledge seekers have to understand, please follow the rules of the Keshe Foundation. Think good, do good, and act good. That will bring you a new dimension. You will feel the beauty of the hospitality of Iran, the Iranian nation. At the same time, if time permits and situation changes, we invite all the scientists from all the nations to understand, to be there. That is a gift to humanity. It's a gift what we brought the knowledge for. And most probably part of the transmutation control through mind of the spacecraft will be demonstrated in Iran and be completed for completion in the United States.
So again, a beautiful gift, because if it's allowed, if time permits and situation changes, we invite all the scientists from all the nations to go to understand, to be there. And of course, any scientists who are there are going to be debriefed by their government when they return. What did you see? How was it? This and that, and share with us your understanding. So this will spread out the knowledge without even having a demonstration in that country. I'm sure they would send only trusted scientists who would report back exactly what they saw. They may not be able to replicate it, as we saw with the CH4 in China. They confirmed it was being produced. They confirmed it was there, but they were baffled at how it was created, even though it was shown in a briefcase. A very simple looking system. So they confirmed it there. So if other scientists can come from around the world, this will reach many, many more governments. And again, it depends on Iran. And if the time and the situation changes, we invite all the scientists from the nations. But the idea is to meet in Vienna and all travel together to Iran and all travel back to Vienna. You'll have to provide your own trip or book your own ticket to get to Vienna. But this will offer more protection, and others like myself getting lost or mixed up or not having the proper visa information. And it was so funny, they denied me from going there because they said I didn't have the right paperwork, the Henan airline. And then after I got in through Hong Kong and the rest of it, and spent a couple of afternoons applying for the visa to fly to the mainland and going back again to pick it up and taking more time there. When I got to the airport to leave, and I showed them my visa paperwork, they said, "Oh, you don't need a visa to travel there." And I'm thinking, wait a minute, this was the whole thing of them telling me that you needed the right paperwork, and that's why they wouldn't let me on the plane the first time. So I get to leave Sanya, and I said, "No, look at my visa. I have the paper." No. He said, "You don't need a visa to travel there." So I don't know what was going on, but some communication or some understanding was not fully there, either on my part or the people at the airport. But yeah, some strange things can happen. So again, that was another rebooking of a ticket at the last minute. So this way, if we all go to Vienna and we all travel together to and from, there'll be less of any mishaps taking place. And again, be prepared to spend an extra time there. It looks like it's about 14 days of your experience in Iran, in Isfahan, or in Shiraz, as he said, one of the more historic, beautiful cultural places in Iran. We continue this. And again, make the wish if you'd like to go. I know some people have a little bit of intrepidation. We know there's been a lot of bad press and between a lot of different countries, but as we know from Mr. Keshe, in the background, they're setting up some sort of a collaboration and releasing aspects of the technology to the American government, or perhaps sharing some of this. May not be fully shared, but again, as in this conference, Iran may show some of their developments with this technology, and maybe in these negotiations in the background, they'll share some of it. But I'm sure the public posture, I'm not sure, but probably the public posture towards Iran from at least the United States will remain the same. But in the background, there could be a lot of things happening. I think this is some of the intentions of Mr. Keshe, to invite other scientists and collaboration. This is what he's trying to get to do, the governments to collaborate with one another and cooperate.
You have to understand, the technology has reached the point of the delivery, and if this time we don't have the same problem as we had in Hanover, we already asked the Iranian authorities to issue us a license of flight before we arrive. The permission to be able to deliver and to show that there are no restrictions.
So it does sound like someone or something, or perhaps both, is going to be leaving the ground in so many ways. And this is why a license for flight, they've asked the Iranian authorities to issue us a license of flight. And that was the delay back in 2011, 2012 in Eindhoven, as he said. This demonstration was stopped more than or about a dozen years ago or so, because there was no license to fly. Apparently, whoever was going to demonstrate this flying car did not have the proper credentials in so many ways. Maybe had a driving license, but no flight license. So this is circling back around in a very, very powerful way. And again, hoping to demonstrate it to other scientists from around the globe as well, which I'm sure they will confirm it to their governments. But as far as understanding it, again, this will be a baffling moment. But this is good.
In a way, we keep to our promise, and hopefully, if everything goes smoothly and nothing changes, we all meet on the 16th of November in the beautiful city of Isfahan, where my ancestors come from. And hopefully, we'll be able to see the knowledge of man, progressive development to the next step. And I'm sure, will show you more things to see. The hall, the hotel, is a place of the presentation in a scientific way, and a place to be appointed by the Iranian government and military will be where we will show the physical structure. And I hope you all enjoy to join us. And we have to close the reservation in a way that we have enough time to give all the details to the Iranian government for through Foreign Office, allowing which country you come from to inform the embassy to issue your visas and the rest of it. I think we all been waiting for this, and hopefully we can complete it. And as I said, there's much more to see, to learn in the Tehran conference. And I'm sure the Washington conference brings humanity together in a different way.
And I hope if you're not able to attend the Iranian, the others will start to plan for the Washington conference, which will come up sometime next year, which should give you more than enough time to secure visas if you need to, or to find a way to fund it in so many ways. I'm hoping that a large person with some money will hopefully sponsor a number of people, but we won't count on that. But I would make the wish that you want to be there, whether it's you transmute there or you arrive physically there. If it's your objective to take part in one of these conferences.
The other announcement we have is that those of you who are organizing these teachings, be very careful who is organizing it and who's attending it, as apparently the Italian community has faced a huge problem in trying, knowledge seekers trying to teach for their system has been abused by others, and if it infiltrated by different organizations for that purpose.
So this is one of the, somebody had mentioned, and I thought it was a good idea. I thought we should have a plasma cafe open on the internet, maybe so many hours a day or at a certain time. But again, even among knowledge seekers, apparently there comes up these questions and arguments, and I see it this way. We've seen this in some of the private studies and some other public forums where people say, no, I see it this way, and others say, no, I see it this way, and there gets to be some problems created. So if we ever did that, it was suggested, I think, by one of the UC members. We certainly, as Rick has taught us about, or Mr. Keshe has taught Rick about, ignoring these trolls, but there'd have to be some rather tighter control. I don't know exactly how that would work out, but I always thought it would be a great idea for people who just want to come in without pressure, calmly, and discuss this. But you may get some others who come in and start abusing the others for even thinking this way, as perhaps some of our parents did when we were a child and you were explaining to them you had a secret friend or you were experiencing something and they told you to ignore it and not to go back to there. Even in the church as well, we've heard this, that it's a huge discouragement because they haven't reached that field strength to be able to understand that it is possible. Many, many more things than we're even being aware of now are a possibility, but because people are so connected to the matter state, just like myself, when I heard within the Keshe Foundation you could feed yourself without eating, I said, there is no way I can think of that this could be a possibility. Now we're learning so much more about our own structures and the rest of it. And as he said, you're absorbing 80% from the environment and the cosmic rays of the universe and so on. And what he said in this last teaching, you'd have to eat a mountain of food just to sustain one cell if that whole system of absorbing energies from the universe wasn't there. So you'd be eating from morning till night and probably not be totally satisfied if that was the case. But now we're understanding how our structure actually absorbs so much of this energy that we're able to function with just a 20% intake of matter state food. And I think that's getting smaller and smaller as we're learning to absorb more energies from the universe. And as others have said, it's so much more healthier for you. And you don't feel like you're missing anything. We've experienced a little bit of that in Dining with the Creator, one of the monthly sessions, probably over a year ago now. But it's definitely possible. It's just that we haven't understood our own creation, and this is where he's bringing us to. But again, it's for you to trigger it. I don't think I can give you a formula or a roadmap in a way of exactly how you do it. May not be exactly how I do it. It might be similar, but you're the one that's going to have to open this up for yourself. And this is what he's saying. You've been the target the entire time over the last 10 years to find out some of your capabilities. And there's probably much more as more teaching, more knowledge gets opened up. Any thoughts or questions about this, or have we become too afraid of our own shadow to talk about this? I know you may not want to bring it up to your superior at where you work or anything like that, or perhaps just in a soft way to coworkers because they may not quite understand it. Even to close friends, I've experienced this a number of times, even though we've been talking about it. I actually talked to someone on the phone this morning, and I hadn't talked to this person since I had gotten back from China, and they asked me, they knew I went there and so on and so forth. And I was telling them about the CH4, and all of a sudden they said, I have to go. Sorry, I have to go at this moment. And I was saying that nobody could shut off your gas anymore. And the governments were really not wanting you to have this technology. He sort of got, I felt like a scared bunny and said, I'll see you later, unless he thought I was just delusional talking about this creation of the methane gas demonstrated in China. So it has quite a shock to many people. And sometimes we have to approach it or broach it in a certain way that's rather soft, as Mr. Keshe has done, slowly, step by step, bringing us into this enlightenment in so many ways. And not everyone will get there at this particular moment. As he said, we have to accommodate all, and that's why we'll develop the matter state sort of a faster plane way. I always thought it would be great to have a ship or a boat that cannot sink. And he said these would be put on boats or large ships or containers. You'd never have another sinking oil barge or anything like that, because all the ships in a way would be fitted with this sort of ability to hover above the waves or the storms or the rest of it. And it couldn't sink even if you opened up all the channels that allow water to come into the ship. Sometimes they have these, I don't know what they're actually called, but they're always pumping water out of the ship. But this way that wouldn't happen anymore. So it's just an amazing step by step, slowly being walked into this whole understanding. And of course, the Keshe Foundation has so many things already developed on the shelf. It's basically the governments are creating the block at this point. But this is one of the reasons for going around to show the scientists and the nationals of each country what is actually here on the planet and waiting to come into the market, let's say. Any thoughts, questions, comments? Okay. Okay, so I thought maybe we should just go back to the store for another moment in time here. So we all understand there are some complexities to this, but hopefully it all works out. It seems like it's being smoothed out. And again, this is a country that has just had some definite interactions with other countries and not so much in the positive way. So I'm sure they're a little bit on eggshells, although they have quite a degree of confidence in their technology as well. Maybe we will bring up again fundraising for others. This is what I was saying, and you can make donations if you're generous and you'd like to add a little or a lot. You can make a donation for people. This was the fundraiser that allowed certain people to be able to travel to Sanya. Funds were provided by other knowledge seekers in their community and maybe from other knowledge seekers outside their community. So this is a possibility for you to help someone in a way, pay back the foundation for what your understanding about your own creation and the knowledge the Keshe Foundation is bringing in this peace endeavor. But again, it's not the last step in the process. It's only the beginning of opening ourselves up in a way to the universal community. So what I was going to cover just briefly is the research teams, and there is one being set up in Sanya. I think the Austrian or part of the Austrian team is moving to Sanya and continuing the research there. But he also talked about bringing in Iran and setting up a research center there, and then of course one in the United States, hoping it's Arizona. And then in another aspect, when we looked at this thing about the portals, I think the research center could be some kind of porthole. And as he said, Brazil will be brought in, the Russian will be brought in, and something like this, and India will also be brought in. All major space, in a way, capable nations. Brazil is very powerful in space technology, so isn't China. I think they're about to land a man on the moon tomorrow. They just, or is it the back of the moon they're going to this time? And so there's a lot going on in the background with space. And so these research centers are probably going to be a leading edge in the space technology, but they'll also be whatever level of research you'd like to go in. You can go into a program for a year. I think he's talking about a 3-year totality of these research centers, but they may be extended later on. And you can change your major, so to speak. If you liked energy for 1 year, you may like wellness, or you may like matter state travel, which you'll be developing things along that line, or aspects of it that others can capitalize on. So these are very powerful centers being set up and to share this universal knowledge. The fee is 25,000 euro. Again, for a space agency, this is just a less than a drop in the bucket, but for most of us, this is quite expensive at this time. In addition, you need to provide your own food and housing. And it won't be a 9-to-5 job, it'll be a 24-hour-a-day job, as I understand it. So these could be part of the portals Mr. Keshe mentioned setting up in one of the earlier workshops. and they've already had private meetings with China, as well as developing some of the 30,000 products which will eventually manifest in the store. So right now, if you total these numbers, there's less than a few hundred products there probably total. And this is going to grow into the thousands and then tens of thousands when it's all said and done. But there'll probably be other things that are going to be developed that people we haven't even considered yet. But as I understand it, this technology will touch every aspect of humanity's life, whether it's in the cosmetic line, the healthcare line, the animal husbandry line, the agriculture. It's going to touch everything in so many different ways. We heard about the cooker, the washing machine without a plug, the hair dryer. So it's going to touch all of us, and how happy people will be to be able to use technology that doesn't require to be plugged in. As he said, no one can shut you off. So it's very powerful, and you can see why certain interests really don't want this coming into the market. And so it's been a struggle, but certain nations, I think, have already accepted it. And as Mr. Keshe said, if you want the jumbo jet, you're welcome to that. If you want the UFO technology, you're welcome to that. Or if you want to travel with the donkey, you're welcome to that. But it's all in exchange for pledging your nation to peace. And hopefully no one is left behind in this beautiful development. Any thoughts or questions? Okay. We will continue. Maybe I'll just play the one that we made. There is reality and theology has no room. This was part of the workshop that we heard. And again, he seems to be opening this book on theology, or what they've told us is the way things work in the universe about your soul and the process of creation and the rest of it. But now we understand the Keshe Foundation is where science meets the soul of the man. And so there's many things that are going to get exposed, and this is just one part of it. I thought I'd like to share, because there was some misunderstanding about this amino acid being, in a way, the liver, operating like the liver within the body of the man, where it absorbs and can release both the nitrogen the amino acids can act like, especially the nitrogen, this liver, what we were talking about. And if I put this in, and I missed it too, I thought he was talking about liver in a lot of this, but he was saying that your amino acids actually operates as a quote unquote liver. And we know the liver is also an energy storage place and holds on to different vitamins, I think, as he said, or is stored in there. But perhaps we'll listen to this. And let me just point that little part out here with the liver. If we can just find the, I should have marked it actually. We're going to hear about it. But anyway, it acts like here it is right here. Okay, in a way, and I'm reading from right here, in a way, the nitrogen in the body of the man is a connector of the man, a physical dimension, storer of the fields of the C14 and C12 at the same time, is the liver of the amino acid. So this is where we thought the liver was possibly storing the C14. It may have some in there, or the C12, but he's using the analogy of the nitrogen as being a liver for the amino acids. And I missed that going over this originally. But it gets, as the liver does, he's talking about the actual liver here, but it gets, as the liver does, vitamin C, vitamin D, calcium, everything is stored in it. So the liver has a storage capability as well. But what it sounds like here is the amino acids, the nitrogen within the amino acids is the store and releaser of both the C14 and C12 in the matter state as well as in the plasmatic state. Any thoughts about that? You're finding out the key, and again, the emotions is the key, and balancing the left and the right side of the body or the hemispheres of the brain is another key. Breathing so that you create the isotope of oxygen close enough to the nitrogen is another part of it. So there's still a few things we need to put together. But as he said in the session coming up, they'll create some conditions and they may give some instruction on breathing, the way you breathe when you dream. And apparently it holds that position, or you're creating that oxygen in the right isotope close enough to match the C14 as I understand it. But again, I'm still very much of a novice in this department. But let's go back to, or let's play.
Mark,
Yes, yes.
I just think we need to clarify a little bit more because is he actually saying he's talking about the liver itself, storing with C, D, calcium, and everything else, or is he also implying that the nitrogen can do that as well? So it's a little bit, it's not entirely clear.
But it gets, as the liver does, vitamin C. He's saying here to me what the liver gets and stores. Vitamin C, vitamin D, calcium, everything is stored in it.
That's what I'm saying, but in the dimension of, where was it? Something here. It stores the energy which is needed for amino acid. There was something else, and now I can't find it.
Yeah, I know we're very fortunate to have this. I know.
Yeah, it would be very good if we can just make sure, have a clear question so that he can say yes or no, or he'll add something else probably.
Does anyone want to give their understanding? Again, you're not wrong. You may not be 100% right, but you're certainly not wrong. This is the way I'm reading it, that nitrogen acts like the liver of the amino acid. Anyone else want to share an aspect of their understanding here with the others? Join the conversation. Okay, there's no problem there. We'll understand more as we're being slow walked into this process. So let's hear this part again, more or less about your own reactors, and maybe I won't complete the other parts that I wanted to. We're getting up to the 9 p.m. Central European time, and I thought we'd do the Dome of Peace again. So this has been a big block for so many, including within my own family, that my mother actually got quite upset when I was working in another dimension in the political aspect of trying to change things and so on and so forth. I didn't understand it either. I was working in the matter state thinking better policies, better solutions would come into it, but that usually gets blocked in the matter state. We know it's got to come through the elevation of the soul of the leaders, religious leaders, and ourselves to bring this change. I put the time here, but I think it's actually 11 minutes. I never corrected that. Somewhere in the 11, 12-minute range, but it's close. And so let's just play this if we can. Any thoughts or questions? But theology, religions have been a major block, and it doesn't matter what part of the world you go to, they all have different ones, and sometimes they have multiple ones, and they disagree with each other, and they disagree even within the religions. As they say, you have 3 rabbis together, you get 5 different opinions about something. So, but now we're understanding a much clearer what this religion, what these theologies have actually instilled within us. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're not closing down any churches, any mosques, any temples. Vatican is remaining open. It's for elevating the knowledge of the man that he will, on his own, walk away. Or through the elevation of the religious leaders, they may remove their frocks and say that, again, they have had a wrong understanding, which is quite hard to do for most people to admit they've been fooled and that they've been fooling others, maybe consciously and maybe not consciously.
As I always said, 80% of the food of the man, energy of the man, comes from his environment, which the environment is not only the gravitational magnetic field of this planet, partially is connected to universal cosmic rays, which we absorb. And now we understand where we got it from. We go back to what links up, what strengthens up to the carbon-14 and the amino acid of the body of the man, which is the nitrogen, on the same level, which in interaction with the carbon itself, as we know in the body of the man in a plasmic condition, creates the condition of life. Not only on this planet, but the position of the soul of the man in another dimension, when the physicality cannot nourish, cannot give anymore to the whole structure. And then this finishes with what we call the hypocrisy of prophecy, the hypocrisy of religions, and the hypocrisy of what we call the theology. Because there is no theory, there is no theology in it, because that was the theory of life, which found its way to the word of theology. Because now we know the root, there is reality, and theology has no room, because there is no theory. Now we know the facts, the process. We can transmute ourselves and manifest ourselves at a point in a time and a place. We do it in a time of sleep. When I was listening to this intro, and many times I've listened to this intro, it comes to me, we make a disclaimer about the health and the wellness. Would we soon have to put a second disclaimer about theology and religions? That the religious people, what we say is there, it doesn't touch you, it's for man to investigate.
So do they carry that much influence that they would say we have to create a second disclaimer? Not only about the wellness technology, but also about understanding about man being, I thought this is what they wanted us to understand. But there may be a second disclaimer created in this process.
As Baha'u'llah said, independent investigation of the truth. We deny the truth, but it's upon us, it's with us. Is there a room for any more theory of life, of the creator, we call it theology? Or now we know the facts, we live by the rules of what we know. Up to now was a myth, now is a fact. We know how we connect to the universe, how we connect to our creator, and how the whole process comes. Do we need intermediaries? Or having an intermediary in whatever condition, we change it when we go to planet Zeus, to another prophet on the Zeus, and then another prophet on another planet, and we have many religions, depends where we are, which planet we are in. But unfortunately, there are no prophets in those dimensions.
So this is why he wants you to depend on yourself, because when you're in that dimension, there's no prophets. Even though he's kind of hinted that you'll fall for one prophet or another when you go out into space to be abused again. But now here he's saying that there are no prophets for you to lean on. And so you're going to have this understanding pretty firmly within yourself, as there'll be no one to, hey, should I do this? Should I turn here? Should I weaken myself? Should I connect to this field? And the rest of it. So this is why he's always said, you are the last man standing.
Now you understand how the emotion of the man, through the amino acid connection to the universal energy through carbon-14, converts itself back to feed, to connect to the physicality of the man in carbon-12 and amino acid. In a way, the nitrogen in the body of the man is a connector of the man physical dimension, storer of the fields of the carbon-14 and carbon-12 at the same time. Is the liver of the amino acid. But it
Gail, did that sound any more palatable for you?
Well, I think, yeah, except even there, on one hand, they talk about C14 in the universe, and we receive it as C12. So again, there's something there. I just want to clarify to make 100%. I don't want to be confused.
Yeah, no problem. We're all learning and we're all growing into this knowledge. Yeah.
But this is a good, very good. The
It
way
is very, very nice. It's the store of the fields of C14 and C12 at the same time. So we're absorbing
Yeah,
it
that's
through,
what makes.
Yeah. And it can release these energies
It's
as
just
well.
that he said the opposite.
Say again?
It's just that he said the opposite. That C12 is really here in the physicality, and C14 is something that comes to us from the universe. It's a little bit iffy here. I know outside of the skull and then inside of the skull. It was C14 outside and C12 inside. So I just want to make sure we all got our dots in the row.
Good. Yes, it's again opening up a very unique understanding of our own creation, isn't it? And I cannot operate your reactors, and I don't think you can operate mine. And it's for you to figure out how you work. And this is the beauty of it. And once you've learned that, nobody can touch you in this dimension or in space. There's no more abuse because you can move, you can transfer. You don't have to go through the death process as I'm understanding it now. That's what he said in the last workshop. Do you have to die in a helicopter crash, or do you have to die by being nailed to a cross? And of course, we know that Christ didn't die. He looked dead. They took him off the cross. They put him in the tomb. Then the soul came back and I think did a transmutation. So it changed his appearance because he was a wanted man in so many ways. But again, this is not what the religions have actually, at least on the Christian side, informed us about.
It's as the liver does vitamin C, vitamin D, calcium, everything is stored in it. In the dimension of magnetic fields and in the plasma condition of the body of the man, the nitrogen is the same. It stores the energy which is needed for amino acid, which connects through carbon-12, and at the same time it stores the energy from carbon-14, which connects to the universal energy. Now you understand how important the nitrogen is and why even in agriculture we have problems with it, because the scientists have not understood the concept, have not understood the principle of the working of the universe. Is that transformer, is that translator, is that system which allows one to the other and it stores when it's needed. If the scientists
And isn't that the main part of the fertilizer normally? Not always, but in many cases it's the nitrogen. And apparently we spread it in on the ground, or you fertilize your field with a nitrogen fertilizer. It actually attracts, almost like the way you put the food in your stomach, and it attracts the energies of the environment and the universe to it. So when people put this on their farm, it sounds like it's attracting the C14. But we run into trouble with it because it's probably overused. I think if Marcus was here, he could explain a little more. He does some farming. Anyone, perhaps that's a question for Dr. Gatwa that we can ask in a health and agriculture class. But anyone have any different understanding of this, spreading it on the soil?
The only thing I was aware of is that the format, the actual nitrogen that we use, you know, that's sold everywhere, it's in a very bad format, and they use too much. It ends up in pollution into the rivers and streams and even the soil. So I don't know how effective it is to, you know, in that format. I'm not sure exactly how it
You
works.
get much less yield if you're not using the fertilizers, maybe 20 or 25% in the matter state fertilizers there. So it does have a definite, but as you said, the runoff and the pollution is quite tremendous as well. Anyone else want to have done any bigger farming, I think? And of
What
course,
it can also
yep.
What it can also do, Mark, is if you use too much, it'll actually burn the soil. If you've got a lot of sunshine and very hot, someplace like Arizona, where there's lots of heat from the sun, you use too much, you'll burn the soil. You'll burn that topsoil.
Right. We always
and
think
that creates a different kind of a problem for farmers.
yeah, we always think more is better, bigger is better. But sometimes, as with the use of spices and with the use of other things, sometimes less is actually more.
Well, that's what's so.
Volume.
Go ahead. I'm
By
done.
volume, we breathe in a lot of nitrogen, but conventional science will say, oh, we breathe oxygen, but oxygen is less by volume. We just
Much less, yes. 16% is the oxygen of what we're taking in, and 65% or whatever was stated there is the nitrogen. So again, it's just like the use of the brain, where I always thought, and I did go to some professional lectures, the Institute for the Achievement of Human Potential down in, I think it was Philadelphia, maybe 30, 40 years ago. And they had said the same thing, that you only use 10 or 15% of your brain, and maybe the geniuses use a little bit more. But Mr. Keshe's understanding is you're using all of your brain all the time, 100% of it. So this whole understanding, we have to be careful when we refer to what the current science is teaching us or has taught. I see another mic has come open.
Mark, you have to think of, like, nitrogen is the equalizer, is the making it possible to transfer oxygen into carbon. So we use it in our lungs, and a tree use it in its branches, in the leaves. It's like I said the last time, it's two sides of the same metal. Not the metal, but the metal. The coin, two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, the head and the tail, they call it here sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, the double snake. Snake that bites his tail.
Anyone else want to add anything to this?
Yeah, we look at the fact that nitrogen actually is a gas, and carbon itself is a gas. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that the carbon there is actually in a solid. So the only way that it can be as a gas is when it binds with something like oxygen, or it can bind with a amino acid. Well, the nitrogen is the same thing. So then the
Don't
question,
maybe don't think that the carbon is a solid in plasma state. It's a gas. It's like a gas. It's a plasma.
oh, for sure, for sure. You're 100% correct. So the anomaly comes in is what are they selling in the fertilizer, because it's certainly not a nitrogen gas. So it's a nitrogen in combination, and it's in a physical state. So therefore, it has to be released. And one of the ways it gets released is with the by adding water to it. Another way is with the breakdown with the sun's rays. But generally speaking, it's extremely inefficient way to do it, which is one of the reasons we have so much pollution, because that nitrogen is not consumed by the plants. It's not what's the word for it?
Absorbed.
Thank you. It's not absorbed by the plants. They can't.
No, it's dissolved in the water that the plants use to transfer it to the leaves.
Yes, but the excess which remains still in the physical state gets washed into the streams, and then over a period of time it gets dissolved, which is one of the causes of the pollution in the water as well. So this is the bone of contention that we have is with the fact that carbon as a gas and nitrogen as a gas are useful in the plasma state. And so that gas is not a physical gas as much as it is a plasma gas. And that's the thing that we have to become aware of.
Yeah, and there's so many combinations. You see the 15, 9, and 1, or different combinations I've seen and I don't know what they mean for different types of soil or so on, but yeah, they do mix it. But it is documented that this is one of the concerns that Russia said they weren't going to export any of the fertilizers, and this was definitely a crimp on the farmers. Because everyone knows without the fertilizer and the matter state understanding of it, that your crop yield will be much lower, usually.
Yeah. The reference of those numbers is the NPK, so nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But it's actually a relationship of the three, and it's also a percentage of the whole. So the fact is that you don't just have you don't take a bag of nitrogen and a bag of phosphorus and a bag of potassium and mix it together, because the nitrogen is in a gaseous state. So this becomes the problem. They actually have to put it in a chemical form which will stay stable in the bag and be able to be transported physically. But once it's in that state, then they label it as a percentage of nitrogen content. So scientifically, they would be correct, as per the periodic table of elements, but that has no reflection on the nutritional uptake ability for the plants to benefit from that fertilizer.
Okay, and now we understand there's a new way where we can target just with fields. There'll be no runoff, even multiple crops. But again, the nitrogen plays a very important role as a liver of the amino acids. So I'm understanding. Let's hear, there's only probably 5 minutes left of this. And then we'll go to the Dome of Peace, even though we did have a couple other things I wanted to share.
If I may, just before you go,
Yes,
Mark.
go ahead.
Well, what we have to notice is the difference in terms of potential. When you're talking to regular farmers, if they can get a certain percentage of crop yields increase, they get very excited, and that's the difference between what they say and reference as fertilized or non-fertilized. But when we fertilize using the plasma technology, we're talking about a whole different scale here. We're talking about 250 to 300% increase in crop yields. That's the difference between the physical science and the plasmatic science. Back to you.
So yes, what is the pollution of the nitrogen? Does that mean it makes other plants grow better, or is that where you get these algae blooms in certain lakes or other places because of the runoff? Why do they consider this a pollutant, or the excess a pollutant? Is it poison to certain ones, or I'm not sure.
In the chain of
Shouldn't be there.
Well, yes, the algae itself is very rapid consumer of oxygen, so it actually it chokes off. It starts
Okay,
the
okay.
aquifer.
The ecosystem.
Right.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
but when you look at the nitrogen and its percentage in the planet, in the atmosphere, it's not considered a pollutant, even though it's the #1 element in the atmosphere.
Okay, we're learning slowly, step by step, what our reactor is actually taking in, processing, releasing, and the rest of this. You have a fantastic system. It's just a matter of tapping into it. And once this is done and taught, again, nobody is going to control you here or in space, as I understand it. And control is a major aspect of nobody wants to lose control of their children. It's even the soul of this planet doesn't want to really allow the children to leave, or what it's created here. So that's another aspect of this. And we're breaking free from it.
Understand the process, understand the systematic work of the body of the man, then man understands it's very easy to live in both dimensions. You have the both reserves in the nitrogen, in the amino acid of the man, in every single cell, to transmute between the physical side through carbon-12 or through the universal energy through carbon-14, because this is the principle, the fundamental operation of the universal life. Where consciousness exists, where emotion exists, and that emotion is connected through that carbon-14 strength, through the, what we call the nitrogen, to create every cell of the body of the man, and at the same time connect to the soul of the man, which in essence itself carries the hydrogen and the carbon-14 connection, which the hydrogen connects it to the, what we call the creator line of creation, and the carbon-14 connects it to the universal, where the soul of the creator is accommodated, lives within. Then we understand there is no room for theology, because now is what I call factology. We got the facts, we know, we understand the principle of the creation. The biggest problem is how long, decades, centuries, or in what instance, man become enlightened to the knowledge, to the understanding of the process of the creation.
So again, if people can understand this knowledge, walking away from the religion will be quite a natural process. And perhaps this, in a way, is what Mr. Keshe is allowing to happen. Once you understand your own creation, the process of creation, no more are you going to be believing in Santa Claus, let's say, or some of the other things that have been put forth as a reality to many of us through our existence in the matter state.
And now, as I said, step by step, we open the dimension of the connection to the cosmic rate, cosmic world. And then you understand, if you bring in that dimension of what we call carbon-60, the carbon-360, and the rest of it, then you understand the body of the man is that diamond structure, created by the interaction of the fields of the carbons. One connects to the physical dimension of the body of the man, and one connects to the physical dimension of the universe. And this is why when you look at your skin, you see that diamond structure on the skin. You see those hexagonal, you see those pentagons, you see those every shape, which allows different fields from the universe to be absorbed into the middle layer of the body of the man. The middle layer of the man is the separation, connection between the outside world and the inner layer with the inside world. And this is why we see so much problem with psychosomatic situations, where that middle layer gets touched. Solid state created in the dimension of the emotion, which gives you cirrhosis, it gives you skin irritation, it gives you conditions, and then if you go further, it goes into your lungs, creates you cancer and everything else. Now you understand, the process of the creation of the man is not the dimension of physicality of this planet. The man at the point of birth is connected to universe.
So this is quite a large understanding here too. Mr. Keshe has told us that we are chameleons. We live in both dimensions, the energy dimension and the physical dimension, although most of us deny the energy dimension. But this psychosomatic condition can be used in a positive way, since we're all psychosomatic or chameleons or schizophrenic in so many ways, which is something it's not easy to say we're schizophrenic, but it can also be used to create illnesses, but it can also be used to bring wellness and to operate in that other dimension that we've ignored. So psychosomatic or being a chameleon should not be something that's looked down upon. And this is maybe why you don't want to be called schizophrenic or psychosomatic, because you know, that's a term that people don't want to be labeled, but yet at the same time, the reality is you are, and you're operating in these dimensions. So this is something we have to, in a way, get over. And as more and more people understand this, they'll be playing with it.
It's just he has denied it himself. Just because the what you call pheasant put his head under the snow and he's got his tail back, he thinks I don't see, everything else doesn't exist because I'm under the snow, does not work. We've done that for thousands of years. We've done that for millions of years. Now we understand, and it's our job to use the emotion to feed, to elevate the soul of the man, that man becomes a star at the point of the separation when it takes off to become that star, the seed, through the line of communication of carbon-14 to connect to the universal community. In this process, we learn a lot. In this process, we understand a lot. In this process, even our scientists in laboratories are setting up the system to match the soul of the man. This is what I said, by coming up in the June session and thereon, we connect you directly to the soul of the universe. We have replicated it. We have the knowledge to do it. We have the understanding to achieve it, and it's been achieved. Where we create the condition for everything else which connects man to the universe, connects man to the soul of its creator, is in the hand of the man to tap into. You killed to find energy to elevate your soul. Now you can tap into the systems that they give you that energy. You don't need to kill it. You don't need to kill for. And then you understand, once you trigger this energy level, magnetic field, plasmatic fields in the dimension of plasma within you, you can transmute anywhere.
Okay, so once we start working with this dimension of plasma within you, you can transmute anywhere. And as he said, we've been talking about feeding and so on, and it's not so much you stop eating and you say, look at me, I haven't eaten for 2 weeks and everything is fine and I have plenty of energy, but it's the idea of walking away from killing, that you don't need to take another entity's energy to sustain yourself. You can get the pure fields of the universe unadulterated, without any chemicals, without any so many other ingredients that we see that are carried over in the matter state, and then the body has to do something with it. So once you trigger this energy level, you're on your way. And I think he'll be sharing how to do this in a much more specific way. We'll have to practice, we'll have to learn more, but this is how he's slow walking us into the beauty of our own, or understanding our own grace and beauty that each one of us have. And of course, we've all denied because, as you know, you want to get into the car to go somewhere, you want to get into the spaceship to go somewhere else, but now it can all happen within your universe, within yourself. And you can add on that dimension of physicality as if you were in the dream, but fully conscious of it. So we haven't concluded it, but I think there's much, much more to understand about it and some of the finer points, but we're slowly getting into this understanding. And some may not want to participate in this process, and they'll stay with the matter state understanding, and they're perfect and fine if they do that. He's just giving you an option if you want to move in that direction. Okay, any thoughts or questions or questions, comments, interactions? Okay. I know it's rather shocking, this knowledge, and as I bring it up to people in my circles, they seem to step away at this point, but I think seeds are being planted along the way. And as we see more of this come into the marketplace and the testimonials, other people will stop denying in so many ways that you're more than what you appear to be. Much, much more. Okay, shall we go to the Dome of Peace? It's about creating this Dome of Peace on this planet. And again, it's something for our, the step one is something for our physicality to do. But it was very interesting, as I said earlier, that I had read an article about the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement a number of days ago. And I sent a similar article to Raphael on Friday. But they were bringing up in the Brazil team meeting how the knowledge seekers in Brazil are going to help the knowledge seekers in China to create a similar or a working interactive website for the Keshe Foundation Knowledge. So I thought that was very nice, and it made me think back to the article I read that Brazil and China, both of these now are founding members of the BRICS, will, and this is what was announced in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting, that they would be putting forth a proposal for peace negotiations with the participation of Russia and the Ukraine. So what the Brazilian team has done in their intentions, in their elevations to reach world leaders, maybe they've reached their own in so many ways. And of course, what the Chinese knowledge seekers have done by releasing GAN's waters in the fountains and in the rivers and in the streams may have had a definite impact on this. So we're seeing a shimmer of light in a way. We don't see many countries calling for an international conference for peace, at least not out of the Western world. And maybe we need to work on our leaders here a little bit more on the dimension of the energy or soul level. But let's just read this through. It's not very long, but this is this, I believe, I sensed, is coming out of the work of the Brazilian team and the Chinese team. China's been doing it longer, but still, Raphael said they've been having these daily intentions since Mr. Keshe asked for it back in 2020. So you can see it's not a day job in creating this in the energy dimension. The souls have to agree, and when they're satisfied, we see a change in position of the physicality. Okay, so Brazil and China present joint proposals for peace negotiations. Text seems to de-escalate the conflict, calls for the expansion of the humanitarian assistance, condemns the use of weapons of mass destruction, and suggests an international peace conference recognized by both sides. On May 23rd, 2024, H.E. Wang, a member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and Ministers of Foreign Affairs of China, met with the H.E. Celso Amorim, chief advisor to the president of Brazil. Anyone here from Brazil and has heard this name before? Maybe you can pronounce it better than I can. Advisor to the president of Brazil in Beijing, the two sides had an in-depth exchange of views on pushing for the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis and calling for the de-escalation of the situation, and reached the following common understandings. The two sides, meaning Russia and...
Celso Amorim, Mark.
Go ahead. Yes?
Celso Amorim.
Celso Amorim.
Yes.
So you've heard this name, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he's deeply involved. He's a very close advisor to your president. And they're interacting on the political level, which I always thought was definitely a possibility. But always it hasn't worked out in some of the proposals that we were proposing in the past in a different group. But the two sides can call on all relevant parties to observe three principles for de-escalating the situation, namely, no expansion of the battlefield, no escalation of fighting, and no provocation by any party. Two, the two sides believe that dialogue and negotiations are the only viable solution to the Ukraine crisis. All parties should create conditions for the resumption of direct dialogue and push for the de-escalation of the situation until the realization of a comprehensive ceasefire. China and Brazil support an international peace conference held at a proper time that is recognized by both Russia and Ukraine, with equal partnership of all parties as well as fair discussion of all peace plans. Number three, efforts are needed to increase humanitarian assistance to relevant regions and prevent a humanitarian crisis on a larger scale. Attacks on civilians or civilian facilities must be avoided, and civilians, including women and children and prisoners of war, must be protected. The two sides support the exchange of POWs between the parties to the conflict. And as I read recently, there has been a prisoner exchange between Russia and the Ukraine, which maybe they've done some in the past, but apparently they just did another one. The use of weapons of mass destruction, particularly nuclear weapons and chemical and biological weapons, must be opposed. All possible efforts must be made to prevent nuclear proliferation and avoid nuclear crisis. Attacks on nuclear power plants, which of course we've heard, I think this is one of the larger power plants in Ukraine and Europe, attacks on nuclear power plants and other peaceful nuclear facilities must be opposed. All parties should comply with international law, including the Convention of Nuclear Safety, and resolutely prevent man-made nuclear accidents. And of course, we've seen with the IAEA being there and looking at some of the incoming into that power plant there. I think it has 6 reactors, I'm not sure. Again, that was a number of months ago, but apparently it was being targeted to create a lot more mayhem in that region. Dividing the world into isolated political or economic groups should be opposed. The two sides call for efforts to enhance international cooperation on energy, currency, finance, trade, food security, and the security of critical infrastructure, including oil and gas pipelines, undersea optical cables, electricity and energy facilities, and fiber optic networks so as to protect the stability of global industrial and supply chains. The two sides welcome members of the international community to support and endorse the above-mentioned common understandings and jointly play a constructive role in de-escalating the situation and promoting peace talks. So very nice that we're seeing a manifestation of the intentions in the matter state. And this is what the Universal Council is learning to do. Through our wishes, we see the manifestation in the matter state. And most of us, or many of us, have always thought we had to work through the matter state to bring the change. How can I do anything when I'm not really doing any physical things? Well, this is what we're learning. And the same is with ourselves in the transmutation process. We don't have to go anywhere to explore the entire universe. You can explore it on the dimension of energy and bring the physicality, which would convince your brain that you are there, walking around or interacting in that dimension. Yes, if you want to do a full transmutation to go to another place on this planet, I think that's possible, and also to another location in the universe. But you're going to have to accept whatever conditions that gravitational magnetical fields and the inertia of that place produces for the soul of the man. But you can play in the energy dimension with it. So very nice. We thank both teams for working in the background with the GANS waters, and that is the first step of the Dome of Peace, is releasing GANS waters. The Chinese have done this quite a bit. They've probably also worked on the soul level, but the Brazilian team has been working diligently on the intention, the soul level, the MAGRAV intentions, and the rest of it. So it's beautiful to see they're collaborating as knowledge seekers groups, the Chinese and the Brazilians trying to streamline. And also we see the governments at the highest level, both of them are calling for an international peace conference. And I'm sure they'll have more signers of this declaration in the coming days and weeks. And again, we're hoping the West will join in on this. But let's hear the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is releasing GANS waters, which elevates the soul of the planet and also brings a balance to the environment we're in as well.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, the greatest work movement by the soul of the man to bring about peace on this planet. And again, it's something for our physicality to do. The Brazilian team has put this together for us. It's just something that calls us together on Sunday. You can choose the time, 12 p.m. or 6 p.m. Central European time or Central European summertime. Let's work together to create the peace dome all over the planet by releasing these GANS waters, or what we call plasma waters. If you're not sure how to make it, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn how to create a CO2, a zinc, a cup of life, and the rest of it, that you can release GANS waters collectively. And of course, you don't have to just do it on Sunday. You can do it anytime. But it was something for the physicality to do, and we continue with this process until that permanent peaceful condition manifests itself on this planet. Now we'll go to the second step of creating the Dome of Peace, where we use the powers of the soul. And of course, the Brazilians have also been mastering this process every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central European time, Central European time, or Central European summertime. You can join a meeting where they do some reading, they have some intentions. It's probably about 30 minutes, and you can join in this process and work on the soul level. I think you can be multitasking at the same time while you're doing this, if you're driving or you're cooking dinner or the rest of this. If that is the time that the meeting happens and you'd like to be in a meeting like this, you can certainly do both as we're learning. And of course, on a regular daily, well, before I move to this, I just wanted to say that at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. Central European time, Monday to Sunday, they're having the daily intentions. So Wednesday is actually the elevation of the souls, and I think this is too, but they're consistently pulsating these energies. And as I said, I noticed a similarity with the working together of the knowledge seekers on that level, and also the working together of the governments. And they've been working together, the governments, because Brazil was a founding member of the BRICS, and so is in China. That's where the B in BRICS comes from, Brazil. So you can join in this process, but you can also join in a non-dimensional meeting where the Universal Council invites the Keshe family. We all know this, and unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. CET, and you'd have to, or CEST, and just recalculate your times. And you can join again for this as well. So there's many opportunities for you to join, to get involved, to bring the change on the dimension of energy. And then, of course, this all translates to your understanding more of transmutation, where you're working in that arena of energies in so many ways. So they all have multiple aspects to your, they all add multiple aspects, I think, to your understanding, even though we may not have the full understanding of the aspects that are being added to your dimension or to your understanding. So thank you, Stefania. Thank you, Brazil team, China team, and all of us who participate in this process. So we can hear Shweta read the second step. Thank you for to Stefania for reading us the first step of working in the physicality. And now, again, Mr. Keshe said, take it to a new path. Start working with the powers of the souls. And isn't this, in a way, what we're working with in the transmutation? The physicality has some involvement because we know the soul can be controlled by the emotion of the physicality, or it can be controlled by the emotion of the soul itself. But again, emotion being a field dimension without any connection to matter state. So this is the second step in creating the Dome of Peace, which you all are capable of doing. You're all fully equipped to do this. And as Mr. Keshe said, nobody fails this test. After we play this, we'll take 5 minutes of silence.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe. Thank you. If anybody wants.
Okay, thank you again, Shweta. And now let's take our 5 minutes of silence. Alex, I try to shorten it and it seems to get longer. I don't know what's happening here, but we'll move into the part that everyone's been waiting for, which will be the presentation of Alex. Gosh.
You're doing such a great job.
You're having fun. You get to have that second cup of coffee, right? So let's take these 5 minutes of silence. And again, this process goes on a daily basis in the Brazilians, more than 5 minutes, but you can join together at the appropriate time, 9 p.m. Central European time, summertime, or Central European time, and join in this process. As we understand, you have powerful, powerful reactors. And Mr. Keshe said nobody fails in this test. He would handle the physicality, he said. And we can see when he goes into the lab, he handles the physicality. It's for us to start learning another aspect in a way, or the same aspect of working, creating in the dimension of energy. So let's take 5 minutes. And we can all start now. I think everyone here understands this process, has been involved in this before. And let's just take a quick 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all again, especially the Brazilian team and the Chinese knowledge seekers who have been working diligently in the background, but we can create the conditions of energy. And we're not actually elevating a man, we're elevating the soul of the man. As Mr. Keshe said, he doesn't deal with the doorman, which is the physicality, perhaps the soul of physicality. He goes right to the general, which is the soul of the man. And this is what he's been instructing us, not to elevate the man, but to elevate the soul of the man, and that you can connect to any soul. And as you nourish those souls, your soul actually gets nourished. Thank you. Alex, you may want to address, just to conclude on the nitrogen, what Misty has put in. I missed that comment. But we want to welcome Alex and let him take the meeting the way he'd like to take the meeting. But I just noticed that Misty had put in something there about Antarctica blue ice is nitrogen. And we want to welcome Alex. I think he's going to play the standard disclaimer because the religious disclaimer has not been created yet. But thank you again, Alex, for consistently, regularly joining us and explaining more about this process of understanding plasma technology. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. Thanks for bringing us here. And thank you very much, Misty. I just learned something new, so that makes my day complete. And I want to welcome everybody here in this beautiful Sunday afternoon. We all wonder why the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting is so important. And that is because it's the third in a series that starts on Thursday, every Thursday, and is followed up a bit by the Brazilian team on Friday. And then we come in and bringing up the a lot of key points here. But what we have to understand is that we have to keep moving forward. And yet we have so many who are left behind, and we don't want to leave them behind. So it puts a lot of pressure on us. We have to be able to present to them and consolidate the thousands of hours of teaching. So thank you all for participating and making this the important meeting that it is. And as Mark said, please indulge us. We have to bring in this part of the process here. And I hope all is going to work very well here. So please stand by and grab another coffee and fasten your seatbelts. We're going to have a nice bumpy ride.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much for that. And let's see if we can get on with the show. And hope you all enjoy the session today. We want to date stamp this. historically speaking, we're in the post-Sanya conference era. And we have a whole different perspective on life that's ahead of us. Many of us are aware, but way too many of us are not aware. But there is an underlying current. There is a suspicion, and they don't know why, but they can sense it. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are entering an intermediate transition. We're calling the y-axis polarity. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is June the 2nd, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we've been trying for the last 4 years to bring this forward, we've gone through various sessions, basically in the public teaching, trying to explain in many different ways. And please take whichever way is best suited for you, depending on the time and circumstances and the audience, of course, because we have over 6,000 hours of teaching, and we don't really have the time to go over all of it, nor do many of us have the desire. But the thing is that we do have the knowledge. It's inherent, it's innate, and it needs to come out. And so we're starting to talk about the y-axis polarity, and we've talked about the y-axis before because it needs to get us off the hesitancy highway. You know, we're in the lowest energy state. It's very physical, and of course, walking is very slow, so it makes life hard until you get up on the horse. But you have to be careful of what you select, because you've got to pick the winning horse. And if you don't, it could be a bumpy ride. Regardless, it could be a bumpy ride. And so we're trying to smooth it out as much as possible, but not to make it dull. This is book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, as put forward by Marin Tevakoli Keshe, trying to explain the creation of matter. Kind of an important thing. And then book number 2, The Structure of the Light. Where does this matter come from? And book number 3, And the Origin of the Universe. And where does the universe come from? And pretty well all of us have gone through life without answering these questions, without understanding, let alone trying to teach. But the key is peace. What kind of peace? World peace. And for 328 weeks, we have been bringing the one nation, one planet, one race for justice together with the members of the Universal Council to enact that peace. And why is that important? Because those who are empowered or trusted to do that are not doing it. So here we are searching for outer space to get on that plasma highway. And are we pioneers? Or are we just pie in the sky? And that little pie in the sky, that little red thing in the bottom right-hand corner, that's our little piece of pie. And we seem to be very, very happy with that. And why are we so very happy? Why are we so stubborn to let it go? When we look at the vastness of the rest of the universe and we say, well, wait a second, where is that? How do we get there? Show me the way. And so there is a plasma highway. And as we know, it's many orders of magnitude faster than that little bumpy ride that we're on, because we're just on the bumpy transmission highway. And we've tried to elevate that, and now we're embarking on the transition highway. And we're just trying to get up into this level, because we're still thinking about light and the speed of light, and it's constant. And it's a constant transmission. So is this a symbol of truth? And then we question if the universe is 70% hydrogen. And is this a symbol of truth? And, you know, when you look at the map you are here, or are you here? Or, well, where is the map? And, where exactly are you? So it's more than just what we see in this little pie, because there's another step beyond. And this is part of the reason for the transmutation preparation sessions. We will be embarking on the 6th and final session of this series coming up on June 21st. And this is all part of the training. All of us have spent all of our life ignoring this capability, and everything we've been training on is to be anchored to this planet. And this is important. It's very important to be anchored to the planet, because otherwise you'd be anchored to the ceiling. And that's not being just silly. There is an x-axis transition, and there is a y-axis transition. And that's what we're discussing now. We're embarking on this, and we need to ponder. We need to take a break and see how we can elevate, because it's not just a coffee break. It's time for a jailbreak, because the creation of the universe exists from energy. And energy is always in motion, and energy is always positive. So therefore, the charge in motion is positive or negative, which means there's things in combination, because the positive and negative reflects the direction of the motion. So when we look at the structure of light, we see that the light is traveling between 2 points. And are those 2 points on the same energy level? Well, if they were, we wouldn't need to transition anything. But clearly we see that we have gravitational conformation, that we have hydrogen on this planet. And we see that the hydrogen itself is a combination of the electromagnetic field forces coming from the sun and the earth. But that's not enough. There's a plasmatic, magnetical force field coming from the sun, interacting with a magnetical force field coming from the earth, and the two of them create this hydrogen spectrum, and which is a signature, and it's kind of the beginning. And in the process, we see that the energy is coming from all different directions. So this energy that is coming to this planet, we call it principal matter. It's in the form of an energy pack. What is the difference between an energy pack and an energy parceling unit? Well, what's inside the pack is the energy, but the pack is inside the parcel. And what parcels the energy pack? Well, isn't that an important question? So we find that the principal matter has a principal interaction, as we said, from the sun interacting with the earth. It represents energy in motion, but it's a two-way street. So not only did we discuss in the transmission series the fact that transmission is a two-way street, but we are going to see in the transition discussion that the transition is also a two-way street, which invites other possibilities. And one of those is the introduction of oxygen. And it too is a gravitational confirmation of the interaction of the plasmatic force fields coming from the interaction of the force fields from the sun and the earth. And those interactions are magnetical. So the end product is gravitational. And that end product is ending up on the physicality of the earth. As are we. That's why we were born. So all of this was manifested as an energy parceling unit. And we're an energy parceling unit, and we are made of hydrogen and oxygen, which in combination is actually water, which is the universal solvent. And what's interesting is that there's a magnetical gravitational relationship with the hydrogen and the oxygen, and it creates a mag-grav condition. And the water droplet is round, but clearly it's not balanced, is it? Because the mass of the two hydrogens is 2, and the mass of the one oxygen is 8, and that doesn't seem very balanced, which is to say that there's a key difference between when we're talking about water in the physical state and water in the plasmatic state. And oh yes, there is, because when we talk about parceling unit and how it exchanges energy, one of those hydrogens gets sheared off. And so we find as the universal solvent, the remaining hydroxyl, which is now a negative charge because it's lost its positive hydrogen. Now it's looking for a partner. And of course, the hydroxyl is looking for a partner, and yes, the hydrogen is looking for a partner as well. So this is the nature of energy in motion. It has a negative and positive charge. And so the higher the negative charge, the higher the energy. And the negative gives and the positive takes. And in that process, it can take and give from itself, but that's very limiting. It's a fundamental core of binding, but it doesn't allow flowing. So simultaneously, there has to be a negative giving and a positive taking from others. And so this is how we can affect the choices that we have. And there are sequences. So these sequences are based on the force fields of attraction, which we call gravitational feedback, and the force field of repulsion, which is magnetical feeding. Well, this can be sometimes confusing. How can feeding be repulsive? And how can feedback be attractive? But this is the way it works in the plasma science. And you, as the last man standing, make those choices. So you can turn on and turn off the feeding. You can increase or decrease the strength. You can enhance or diminish the positioning. But understanding that the stronger feeds the weaker. So which one is stronger? The attraction or the repulsion? Well, the attraction has a strong gravitational force, but the magnetical has a very strong driving force. So the answer is both. And this is where we need to clarify the terminology. And as we discussed in the basic teachings, the x-axis is the transmission rotation, the y-axis is the polarity transition, and the z-axis is the field strength transmutation. But now we have a double meaning. Even the x-axis can go through a transition dimension. Why? Because we haven't specified the type of transmission. It's just a generic transmission. And so that leads us to a problem because the x-axis has a transition dimension and the y-axis has a transition, which means more confusion. Now the y-axis has a transition dimension. Well, isn't that interesting? Because now the y-axis has a different transition dimension for a different transmission. So we need to be a little bit more specific. It's not just any old transmission, and it's not just any old transition, because all we're talking about is the medium, and the message has to go on the medium. And so which medium are we talking about? And this is the key point, because when we say two forces come together, which two forces are coming together? And so if we look at the original forces, we see that when they come together, they create a Magravs condition, and it seems to be a point of conflict. But when we say the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and that's the plasma rule, then we find that that point of conflict needs to be a conflict resolution, and it now becomes a point of containment. And once you have this point of containment, well, there we have this energy binding that is so self-serving and so fundamental. And we were born with this. But somehow, some way, when we got our memory, we got our physical memory, but we forgot how we got here. So let's just deal with what we know, right? Let's just lie, cheat, and steal and take energy from others. Well, when you realize that they need this energy for their own binding, for their own self-serving needs, now two scenarios are created. One, they will fight you for that energy, or they'll have to get it from someone else. And so we have created a chain effect. And that's what's the problem on this planet. We all have this collective amnesia. We forgot how all of this energy was captured, and it was captured in a field. And so that energy that we came with was a transition energy along the x-axis transition, which was perpendicular to the ground. Now we're looking at a y-axis transition, which is elevated above the ground. And how do we determine the difference in position? And when we say in position, it's not just from left to right, but it's from bottom to top. And so we have to determine these relationships. So the scientific community understands that there's a conservation of fields. And so these fields have a magnetical gravitational balance, which we call a Magravs condition. And so the spiritual community is rationalizing that the spirit is the motor of the soul. And so that's how they establish the conservation of energy. Well, the plasma science adds to this knowledge and brings the two together. So when we look at the conservation of energy, which is that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, it can only be converted from one form to another. And so when we look at the basic formula of energy, and we determine that in the state of physicality, we have a relationship between, on one side, the kinetic and potential energy, and on the other side of the equation, we have the final kinetic and final potential energy. And the relationship of the two on either side always are in balance. So, okay, so it's constant. That's the point. And yet we have a potentiation of strength. So when we were looking at the pH scale, we found that the higher the pH is stronger and the lower the pH is weaker. So the stronger pH has an initial potential energy. And of course, the structure is very complex. So therefore, it's gravitational. When we look at the final potential energy, the structure is very simple. So therefore, it's magnetical. But there are a whole bunch of combinations in between. And so what we don't understand is the susceptibility, because there is no indication of it on this chart to make us decide. We just understand the potentiation. And so this is the potentiation of hydrogen. But what is a misnomer here is that's also potentiation of oxygen. So if the hydrogen is stable, it is stable in context with oxygen because the pH scale is that of water. And so water requires hydrogen and oxygen. So in order for hydrogen to be stable, oxygen has to be stable, and that's what makes it alkaline. That's what makes it gravitational. But when the oxygen becomes unstable, then the water is acidic. And so it releases hydrogen. And so obviously in that case, it releases oxygen as well. And so this release is magnetical. And so again, we have all the stages in between. And so these are reflected in density. This becomes the pH density range. So that range goes from acidic at the scale of 1 plus alkaline at the scale of up to 13 is always totals 14. And acid is oily, alkaline is wet. And gravity, interestingly enough, seeks density. Since oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, that's what makes oxygen gravitational. But when we split up water into two, it always totals 14. In other words, we have two products. And when you measure the pH of one and the pH of the other total 14. So we find that this is how we can move on the x-axis dimension, because we can move along the ground by exchanging energy. But now we look at the y-axis dimension, and although the rotation of the x-axis is around the polarity, we can also change the position on the polarity. So this is what we're going to be talking about, the y-axis dimension by polarity. So when we're looking at the potentiation of hydrogen, if we say that the neutral point is a pH of 7, so neither alkaline nor acidic, but 7 plus 7 is 14. So the neutral is actually containing all the essential elements to either become acidic or to become alkaline. Understanding, of course, that if it becomes acidic on one side, it'll become alkaline on the other side. So remember this when you're looking at this vertical transition. There are two layers behind. And so the water molecule is a universal solvent, and it shears this electron to release the energy. And in that release of energy, things happen. So we talked about the crossover, deflection, and twisting. And in the process of twisting, there's a tightening or a coiling, and then of course there's a tunneling. And then we have to understand the difference between the energy packs. Well, think of a battery. Energy is inside a battery, and you can hold a battery. So the battery itself is a parcel. But the energy inside the battery is not physical. You can't hold that energy. You can only hold the physical battery. You can only hold the physical battery parcel. But what if energy is in a parceling unit? And energy is always in motion. What are you going to grab onto now? Remember, as you were walking around on this planet, you don't want to get that extension cord that is sticking out of you tangled up. But we find that this twisting we talk about is the rationalization of the sugar energy between the hexagonal format, which is gravitational, and the pentagonal format, which is magnetical, as we discuss the array of the sugar molecules and all the other molecules that we have in the body. So when we look at the cups of life, this brings us to an interesting point, because we use the cups of life as a physical manufacture, and we created a GANS. But in between, we had this nanocoding process of monatomic science. So from the physicality, which is at the lowest energy state, we were able to produce GANs, which is a higher energy state, but we had to produce an intermediary state, the nanocoding process. So we had a manifestation of the nanocoding as a plasma state, but it was in physicality. We could see it. And then we had the GANs as a plasma state, but we could see it in physicality. And so this became the GANs radiance manifestation. That is to say that the energy that came from the plasmatic state gave us this GANs. And not just any old GANs, but we had carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, water GANs, and amino acid GANs. And you know what? We can create any GANs in the periodic table of elements, even gold GANs. So when we looked at the cups of life, we found that the first cup was an emotional cup and the second cup was a physical cup. And so there was a difference between the two cups. But I want to look at the second cup because the components in the second cup are copper. So we had a copper coil and a copper plate. In between, we had a nano-coated copper coil. With the interaction of the fields, we created a magnetical field, and then we created a gravitational field. So we call that the physical cup. The point I want to point out here is that there's copper in the wire, which is in a coil. There's copper in the plate. And there's also copper in the nano-coated coil. All three components are copper. All three are the same. And yet we could create different ganses based on the reaction of the magnetical gravitational field interaction. And then we get cup number 4, the cup of inertia. It too has 2 copper coils and a copper plate. But the difference is all 3 are nano-coated. So this stands to reason because the nano-coating is of a higher energy state than a non-nano-coated copper. And it too was created for the magnetical and gravitational field interaction. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, we see that all of the elements were created the same way. And yet we see that the hydrogen, the gravitational hydrogen at the beginning, and then we see the mass increase as we go along. And all we talked about was the copper. And yet we got all of these different ganses. And the copper is not in the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, or hydrogen, is it? Which is the amino acid. And the copper is not in the hydrogen and oxygen, which is the water. And it's not in the magnesium and it's not in the calcium. The only thing the copper is the difference between the copper in terms of bare copper, nano-coated copper, and GaNs of copper. So when we look at the teachings of Dino Kraspedon as a famous Brazilian mathematician, he looked at the oscillation between perpendicular lines. And he's seen the relationship between the various axes and the path that would go through the crystalline structure that we see in the periodic table of elements. Every element has a crystalline structure. So when we look at the basic cube or hexagon, depending on which field of rotation you're looking at, we have to understand that as we increase the number of bends, we increase the relationship of the negative positive charge. So with the negative being the hydrogen and the oxygen being positive. And so we have this transition along this cube, and we see that there's a charge connection. So every bend is negative and every flat face is a positive. And of course, the opposite charges attract. So we have a path. But interestingly, we have the one charge which attracts two, because we did this x-axis transition where we started at the low end on one side and we ended up at the higher end on the other side. In other words, a diagonal. So not only were we transmitting on one level, but we were transitioning to another level at the same time. So this is what happens with the water, if you will. So the neutral water at the pH of 7 is ready to split. And if it splits, it's always the pH totals 14 between the two split ends. So if the pH is 5, it also creates a pH of 9. 9 and 5 is 14. And so we see this y-axis transitioning, how we can go from 7 to a pairing of 6 and 8, a pairing of 5 and 9, a pairing of 4 and 10, and so on and so on. We don't know why, but there is a pH transition. And so on each position, the one relates to the other. But it doesn't say why. But it just shows you that there is a trend. So the trend focuses on one and then ends up focusing on another. So in this case, we have 4, which means it's connected to the 10. And we have 5, which is connected to the 9. And 6, which is connected to the 8. So we just have the pH transitioning, and that's all we have. So when we look at the Stairway to Heaven anomaly, and we've seen that as we elevate, we find that the road is not flat, and the road is not straight. And we recognize a stairway where we can go up and we can go down. But once we get on the higher road, there are gaps in the road. It is not smooth or straight. It is not constructed the same way. And the worst part about it was that at the height of the lower pH has to jump to the higher pH, but the staircase is lower. And how does that come together? That becomes the question. So we see that the folding deviation is resolved because the pH selection is by standard deviation. The pH selection comes in layers. And so we found that different viruses have different folding. And the different folding creates different organs. And this is a good thing. this is how you get variety. But how do we get that? Who determines it? How do we know where that energy comes from? So we have to see that within each pH range, there's a lower part of that pH range and there's a higher part of that pH range. And every part in that range is that pH number. So it could be a pH of 5, but it could be a pH of 5.3. It could be a pH of 5.6. And all it is a step up, a step up, and a step up, with each step up being an order of magnitude. But if we go from 5 to 6, that's a big jump. So we find that we need more in the transition range. But is that enough? Because that's just in the physicality, isn't it? It still doesn't account for anything. So we decided to increase the range, take into things that we couldn't account for. And if that's not enough, we have to understand, well, there's more. And yet, that's not exactly what we did in the Cups of Life, because we introduced something which facilitated the transmission susceptibility. And of course, and that transcends beyond the physicality, doesn't it? And so we said that we incorporated the nano-coating copper. It was of a higher energy state. But we're going to have to downgrade that, because even though it's monatomic, it is in physicality. And then we have another dilemma. So when we go back to defining nanostate, we say nanostate is a kind of energy state, and is a plasmatic condition of energy in motion higher than matter state. So nanostate is an order of magnitude higher, thereby creating a superconducting condition. So nanostate is a superconductor at room temperature. But nanostate is an earthbound plasmatic state. It's in physicality. Well, yes, we can see the nanostate. What about GANS? Well, GANS is a kind of energy state. GANS state is a plasmatic condition of energy in motion higher than nanostate. GANS state is an order of magnitude higher, thereby creating a superconducting condition. So GANS state is a superconductor at room temperature as well. And GANS state is an earthbound plasmatic state. Ooh. So when we look at the GANS, that's kind of a nano-coated popcorn. So it's like the GANS goes into a bit of a freak out and is a gas in the center. That's what GANS stands for, gas as a nanosolid. And it kind of goes through this explosion like popcorn. And so you think of it as a ball. And you think of every bend in the road as being a negative charge. And as you think of every straight line as being a positive charge. And so if you want to follow all those connections, you find that the GANS ball is of a higher energy state than the nano monatomic ball. So we have to downgrade the monatomic nanocoating even further, closer to atomic physicality, to make sure and accommodate that we have the GANS in the physicality. And then we have to introduce the y-axis transition dimension so that we can go from one pH to the other. And so if we look at the plasma field states, we find that The matter state is physical. The nano state is physical. The GAN state is physical. It's when we get into the plasma state that we're getting into the non-physical. And so this becomes the problem for all knowledge seekers. We are physically dominant. And we think of it as gravitational, but if the higher energy feeds the lower energy, then the plasma state is gravitational. Well, how can the plasma state be gravitational and the earthbound state be gravitational? Well, it all depends on how you're exchanging energy. It's a two-way street. So we have the earthbound energy, gravitational feeding, and we have the plasma-bound gravitational energy feeding. And this has to be done through the polarity. So when we look at our feedback and we're so oriented towards sound, light, heat, pressure, we like the luster and superficiality, and we contain things in a laminar flow. But we find that each lamination is a different dimension of the x-axis transmission. So to go from one to the other, we have to go through an x-axis transmission dimension transition. And we are in the dominance of the man-made range deviation. And we say the conscious awareness overrides the unconscious awareness. But the truth is the y-axis transition dimension is exposed because that's unaccounted for. That's part of the potentiation of fear anomaly. See, the terrorist feeding is man-made. And we say there's God-fearing. But how can that be if it's God-made? Our wish is for freedom, love, and world peace. So when we look at the potentiation of fear, the God-made fear is fearless. And it's gravitational. And it's giving. It's the man-made fearfulness, which is simple. So when we look at the transmission spectrum, we haven't decided which transmission. There are non-visible viral spectrum orbitals, and then there's a small bit very visible. And so each spectrum has susceptibility to go to another spectrum. So our battle is between the surface superficiality of that what we can see and the internal substance of that what we can't see. In other words, our battle is between the physicality and the plasma substrate. But it's not a battle. It's not a point of conflict. It's a point of containment. It's a containment of the balance between the gravitational and magnetical field forces that determine your position and your position one step beyond in either direction. So all what we can determine at this point is the y-axis transition dimension and understand that a communication antenna has to stay within this range transition. So the release of the binding energy has to precede the retrieval of the beneficial energy, and the field release has to precede the field capture. The giving has to precede the taking. The emission has to precede the absorption. So the motion itself cannot exist without coexistence because motion is a product of the existence. So motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. That is the plasma dominant and the physical dominant. It's the plasma dominant that is preceding. And both of them need to be tuned And so both have a range transition, and it's by nearness and proximity and not distance. Different words with different meanings. So when we look at the y-axis transition dimension, and we say, well, obviously it's not man-space centric because we're very physical. And when we're looking at the Earth space, well, it too is physical. How physical is the sun space dimension? We're not conclusive there. But the thing is that the containment is always dimension centric. The proximity of that containment is always dimension centric. And the nature of pressure is dimension centric. So it takes 3 transmission dimensions. And on those 3 dimensions, we can ask, what's the message? And how is that message contained? Which transmission dimension, folding deviation, are we talking about? So the accountability of the transition is both X and Y axis range transition centric. And the accountability is the gap. Because when we're targeting the difference between materialization and dematerialization, we're targeting between the manifestation point and that transparency point, between Earth space and outer space, and beyond into that some space. So when we're looking at the matter plasma dimensions and we see that one is very physical and one is plasmatic, we find that man is feedback dominant. And it doesn't account enough for us. So therefore, something is missing. And we need to tune in. So when we put up our antennas to get that message is part of the feeding manifestation. Well, guess what? It's also part of the feedback manifestation. So there's a transmission, tuning, transition. When you select one, it is balanced by the force selection of another. So the resulting selections feed manifestation. So this selection manifestation then is predetermined. And by choosing the peace dome of intention, now we find that how the range transition affects standard folding deviation. So the y-axis transition to tuning is to and from the peace dome. Remember, it's a two-way street. So maybe when you look at the antlers on a moose, you can see that the many points on the antlers represent the pH of the moose. Or the many points on the dove represent the pH of peace. We are launching the Keshe Space Plasma Research Teams so that we can answer the questions that humanity has been caring to know for so many transgenerations. Time has come. We're in the post-March 15, 2024 era of choices. We have a new selection process to enhance that beautiful Earth space with that transmutation space of outer space, so we can achieve that graceful space, that in-between space, that greater oneness that transcends the limitations of nuclear science, as we've been talking about for 540 weeks in a row without fail, trying to teach the plasma science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute on teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty, very essential. Sign it. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, sign it with your soul, and sign it with true intention, because we need to know that man is the reactor of a three-dimensional universe, and man can find heaven through the field transition. And so can we go into outer space without a peace dome? Not likely. Here we are mining the transition dimensions of truth, trying to stay within the range of standard deviation. So here we are elevating the transition dimension connected to the physical transmission dimensions. And plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of the lesson. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for allowing me to present.
Very sweet, but how come so short?
We're at the beginning of a new session.
Okay, you're getting us acclimated to it?
It's an appetizer.
Mm. You know, you had the copper cup up there, and you were saying that you had copper everywhere. And I know you said the nano coating, the center coil was nano coated. And as we understand it, it changes the dimension of the copper now, but you still have a copper plate and a copper coil. Could that be referring to the physicality as the plate and the coil as the soul of physicality interacting with the nano-coated coil soul of the man? Could that be another example of what is being shown there? Yes, we made the copper cup. It's a disinfectant. We can use it. It's 50 times stronger than anything on the market and the rest of it. But is this, again, another duality of example, perhaps?
It's a duality of example in the physical state. Yes, it is. So if we understand that each range is within a set of three dimensions, when we're operating in the physical state, we can only operate in those three dimensions. But you know, they talk about the fourth and fifth and sixth dimension, but you cannot carry more than three dimensions. What is not specified is the energy state of these dimensions. And also what is not specified is whether or not all three dimensions have to be at the same energy state. But when we look at the cup of the second cup, we find that some are in the physical state of non-nano-coated and some are in the physical state of nano-coated. Well, that represents two different energy states. And then it's just a number of dimensions that are within each state. So if we look at the second cup and we see that the two states are non-nano-coated and one state is nano-coated, and then we look at the cup of inertia and it has three states nano-coated, well, there's still copper, there's still nano-coating involved, but they're not the same. And so when we look at that as an example, then we have to see that this is the way the universe works. And those rules that apply, and if we don't understand them, well, that's our problem. But the thing is that that's what happens because we all achieved GANs. And we achieved it in different colors. So some of us with the cup, second cup, we got a kind of reddish GANs. And then magically, a few days later, it turned this aquamarine blue. So, you know, there are things that we can't account for. and they're not in the cup because we are interacting with the cup. That's the problem. We're not taking ourselves into account. We are part of the situation. You can't extricate yourself from the situation. We're part of this planet. This planet is part of the solar system. So everything that we see in the cup is the same thing that's going on in the solar system and the same thing that goes on in the thimble.
Yeah, I see the copper cup as the dimension of physicality, maybe in the soul of the man, I mean, in the soul of physicality, and the physicality as interacting with the dimension of the soul. And in the inertia cup, it's all field interaction rather than any physicality interacting.
It is all physical, all field interaction. The manifestation of the field interaction is in the physicality. But, you know, directly to your question, the soul of the physicality is not in the coil.
No, I was just thinking it's a possibility of showing this way as another
Correct.
interpretation
Okay.
of it. That's all.
I'm glad you made that point. Yes, that's correct. That possibility is what is really, really important. And so if you see, and you know, it's been like, it's been almost 8 years, I think, since we've been talking about making the magravs and how many are still attached to it. And, you know, even I teach these classes and I'm still attached to it. It's very hard to break out of that because of the, you know, we're used to, we're conditioned to it. But, you know, first comes the awareness, you know, then comes the practice, and then comes the reality. And this is why we have to go through the transmutation sessions. And it has to be in a gentle way because the physicality operates at least an order of magnitude slower than the plasma reality. But as we've seen with the pH scale, that each pH scale is an order of magnitude higher than the one below, lower than the one above. So to transition to pH of 2 is an order of magnitude. To transition to a pH of 3 is 2 orders of magnitude, 10 times 10. So one more step, and it's 10 times 10 times 10. So now all of a sudden, it isn't just more, it's a lot more. A lot. And that just shows you how powerful it is. And then when you think about it, and if you understand the power in the Hiroshima bomb and how our soul is a parceling unit of 18 Hiroshima bombs, how many bombs are parceled within the Earth space? When you consider that only humanity, as it is on this planet, is at 8 billion, so they say. So not counting the horizontal and the vertical people, just the humanity. How many Hiroshima bombs is that to create the Earth space? And the Earth space is only one of the planets in the solar system. And so now we see the power of the universe. And that power can be retained within a thimble.
Very good. And now we're starting to understand how we can bring changes through this dimension of energy by elevating other souls, that they even go beyond the position that we're in, which is fine. So again, I was reading, I remember when he talked about the soul being a few microns, and that's like a millionth of a meter. And to have that much energy in such a tiny, in the soul, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 microns, maybe. They've taken the star and they've shrunk it down. So there's a tremendous amount of fields that can be created, generated, and used, again, without working in the matter state. Let's see if anyone else has a thought, a question, a comment, a disagreement, or something else they'd like to bring.
While people are pondering, I'd like to add a point here. You may not be aware of the thimble reference, but there was a member of NASA. They were actually are some very intelligent people at NASA. And Richard Feynman was one of them. And he could harness the energy of the atomic bomb within a thimble. A thimble's that little metal cup that you put on your finger when you're sewing, so you don't stick the needle in your finger. I would need 10 thimbles, but anyway, that's a lot of energy in a very small package, wouldn't you say?
And you got it. You're made from it. It's just a matter of working with it, tapping into it, adjusting it, using the emotions and the rest. We see that the matter state launched. I think it was it supposed to happen yesterday, or was it today? Or that apparently 4 minutes before the launch, there was a computer that wasn't syncing in. So again, they had to cancel the rocket launch, I think. Was that NASA? Anyone read anything about that? Okay. And we were talking earlier, one of the knowledge seekers in another meeting, can I just share the screen? And we covered this already, but this is the question I've been asking over and over. We didn't bring up this little part, but and you control how to not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension, but seeing yourself and seeing the environment around you in a dimension that your brain, physical dimension, translated into a physical manifestation of a person, an alien, a cat, a furniture. Isn't this what happens when we dream? We see the mother, we see the cousin, we see the friend, but the soul couldn't show us that in the dimension of energy. We wouldn't understand what we were seeing. So in a way, it creates that picture within the brain that we see the mother or the cousin or the friend in a dimension of physicality, but not a physical physicality. It's in that dimension within the brain or within the structure of yourself. Isn't this how the dream works? Anyone want to comment on that? If you dreamt you were a cat, did you physically change into a cat? Or did you just experience that energy within your own brain, or that's what was made manifest? When the person in the Ubiso saw herself as a mermaid, did she physically become a mermaid, or was that like a dream, but fully conscious, see herself in that physicality, but it was created within the brain? And this is what I've been, somebody said I've been repeating myself, wondering if we're taking the physicality with us. And he said, and you control how to not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension. But seeing yourself and seeing the environment around you in a dimension that your brain, physical dimension, translated into a manifestation of a person, alien, a cat, or furniture. So this was, I've been pondering this, but he's saying not necessarily ever manifest in physical dimension.
So Mark, this is quite shocking.
Huh?
I seen a video this week that they were photographing a bear coming up on a mirror that was put up on a tree. And the bear, you know, was rummaging around the ground and looking up, touching trees, coming around. And then once it saw its image in the mirror,
7 years bad luck.
It went through a real bear freak out. We talk about a Gans freak out. Yeah, this was a tremendous freak out. Well, you know, you totally understand it because the first thing is, you know, he's surprised. Does the bear know what he looks like? Well, he can see his paws and things like that, but you know, you just can't really see your face. But then on the other hand, you have to think, does the bear not see his face when he goes to drink out of bears go in the water to catch fish? Do they not see the reflection of their bodies in the water?
No, they're splashing too much. That's why.
Yeah, or they're going through the screen, right? But you know, this is the thing that you know, we have problems with. Um, well, how would you react if you know you are in a different environment, and then of course you have to adopt a different kind of physicality to accommodate that environment, right? And then you suddenly see a mirror. The question really becomes is, do you know that that's you in the mirror? Or do you remember the way you were in the physicality on Earth when you look at yourself in the mirror in a different environment? I wonder if you would recognize yourself. Well, you know, how would you react the first time you seen, you know, yourself in a mirror?
Very shocking if that's what happens. As he said, you're going to have to get used to this in the first couple of times that you did a full transmutation, or maybe again in the dream state, because we know how many times we've woken up from the dream and we thought it was so real. We were experiencing a real event.
I remember as a child, and I was a trick was played on me. At that time, reel-to-reel recordings were being introduced. That's how old I am, and so we got one, and they wanted to give it to me as a present. But before they gave it to me, they recorded my voice before they showed me the present. And then when they showed me the present, they played back my voice. Well, it didn't sound anything like me. I was really, really shocked. I remember that reaction you just reminded me. And it was not very graceful. Mind you, I was only, I don't know, what, about 4 at the time. But it really impacted on me. And you know, even when I listen to a recording of these sessions and I hear my voice, I know it's my voice because I've heard it so many times. But the voice that I hear on the recording is not the same voice that I hear in my head. So,
Right. And it's amazing that when we get to that dimension that you're in energy and you see yourself maybe next to the mountain. He said you travel back on the same line you came into to connect with the physicality on the C14 line. So I used to have a dog, and it was so funny to watch the dog go to sleep and dream. And I asked Mr. Keshe, do the pets dream? And we've all seen this. The legs are running. The snout is going as if they're dreaming and barking at something or running towards something or running away from something. So we see the physicality doing the movements, but the whole thing is happening within the dream. And now we're just going to open it up consciously. That again, your physicality stays there. As we saw the man picking up rocks on the moon, his arm was moving in the unit. His physicality was there, but he saw himself as on the moon, picking up rocks and putting them into a bucket, or maybe he didn't have a bucket. So you can see that you don't have to move the physicality to do this. To me, at this point, in my understanding of it. Okay. Now, if you go, Misty's put in a couple of comments, maybe you want to address something like this. So if we go to Antarctica, do we find a lot of nitrogen, Alex? You said you learned something from her comment here. Antarctica blue ice. Is that why all kinds of magical things happen there? Is that why they don't want you to go to Antarctica?
I personally haven't had the experience of that, so I can't comment.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's another place to set your sights on. See what's happening down in Antarctica.
Well, you know, that would be a fun trip, eh? Maybe on one of these transmutation sessions, we can all take a trip to Antarctica.
Yeah, I think John would like the report. He's always mentioning Antarctica and the different things going on around there. It is quite a mystery. And it does seem like it has some nitrogen there. Misty, do you want to tell us any more about this, or how did you come upon this Antarctica blue ice is nitrogen, or it's just a common factoid? Also called sky ice. Okay. Many thank yous.
Maybe someone can Wikipedia it.
Yeah, she put a link in there. And then she says D waves, quantum delta waves. I'm not sure what that means. And then she's also put in there, what are mirrors? Shamaza, also known as Samyaza. Shamadzi, it's in the chat, is a fallen angel in Manichaeism and apocryphal Abrahamic traditions. Is the leader of the Watchers who taught humans arts and technologies like weaponry, cosmetics, mirrors, and sorcery. What we view as ourselves may be distorted. Maybe the mask we wear. Okay. Anything you'd like to share with us, Misty, if you're still here? Be nice to hear your voice. Sorry, I can't publicly talk, learning it about it from whistleblowers of the NSA. I will post the link. Thank you. Okay, anyone else want to bring anything up or question anything about this latest workshop? Which obviously, he said, be sure to listen to the last part of the 539th workshop as well. There was some more, something shared. He said to go back about what he said there. But again, we're being slow walked into it. We have no choice. Well, I guess you do have a choice if you'd not want to go in this way. But it does seem like it's a beautiful cornerstone of creating things within us that we never knew were possible. And we were told it's an impossibility. These things just don't happen.
Mark, there was a reference that Mr. Keshe made with respect to the subject of what they call UFO craft. And the comment was really that, you know, the truth will come out, or more information will come out as a result. It's just automatic, right?
You mean about the governments having such a system?
Yeah. Well,
Was
yeah.
that in this one? Or
Yeah, it was in the 540th. Yeah.
okay, let me put in UFO and see what comes up. Whoops.
What was why that Misty brought it up indirectly, because she was talking about the leader of the Watchers. You've heard of the Watchers, haven't you?
I've heard it. I've never really delved into it very deeply. 6-part series Misty has put in there.
Beautiful. Yeah. We're gonna check all 6 parts. That would be another education. The Watchers, of course, are those who are watching over us for, in their opinion, for our well-being. It's
Well, you know, sometimes go ahead, Alex. Sorry, you wanted to finish that.
well, I'm just you know, picking my I'm walking through the field of cow patties. The we have to wonder sometimes what exactly the Watchers are watching, you know. And one of the things that I was battling with, and for years I couldn't answer the question. I still can't answer the question, but I understand a little bit better now. The shepherd looks after the flock, and the flock depends on the shepherd for safety. And yet that shepherd, or in modern terms, that farmer who, say, breeds hogs or cattle, ends up taking them on a trip to the slaughterhouse. When does the shepherd become the protector? And, you know, when does the shepherd become the one who brings the end?
Well, he seems to have, in a way, an ulterior motive to
Well,
get
this
those
is how
sheep to market.
Well, this is how I'm viewing the Watchers now. You know, they're as our shepherds, if you will.
I see. Okay. And I was thinking, in a way, just the opposite in so many ways. Not that there aren't perhaps guardian angels or others. I'm sure the whole universal community is watching. But man has not understood the whole process. So what happens? So he created many things, false sciences, theology, and everything else to go with it to cover his ignorance.
Well, if you look at the example that Misty brought up, I mean, these are the Watchers who taught us the human arts and technologies like weaponry and cosmetics and mirrors and sorcery. Okay, so I have to ask, you know, which team are they on?
And of course, Mr. Keshe is here as a universal messenger to open up this planet to the universal community, and us to the universal community as well, vice versa, of them to here and us to there in so many ways. But many things that we can't explain, we give it over to a ghost, or we give it over to a demon, or a heaven, or a hell, or, you know, we've created a lot of things to cover what we haven't really fully understood.
Well, that's another thing you brought up earlier on, was about a ghost. And, you know, a ghost never hurt anybody, because the ghost is not physical. But when I think of physical, I was thinking of a physical as in, a fist.
Well, they certainly scared a number of people when you
That's
see
how they damage you. You basically scare yourself silly
fear.
and
Yeah.
you fall down this flight of stairs and
And
kill yourself.
again, a superior entity never abuses an inferior entity. This is the ethos of the universe. The stronger brings up the weaker to their level. So are these actually from the universe, or is it something we've created within our own structure in a way to explain things?
Well, see, the nature of your question is skewed. So we have to understand that we are also part of the universal community. And that probably in the last 2 years has been one of the foundations or cornerstones of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation. And this has been a very welcome thing for me, because if you say that, the universal community or the alien races, and they're supposedly superior and all that, it immediately creates a context of confrontation. And that's not what this is about. So there are rules, and we don't understand the rules. And, it's kind of like hockey, where there are rules, and if you push someone into the boards, you get a penalty. And then if you hit someone, you get a penalty. And then if you hit them over the head with a stick, it's a penalty. And you say, well, there's no difference. All three actions end up with the same penalty. Where is the motivation? The whole purpose of the penalty is to enforce the rules. So if you don't apply the rules, you get a penalty. So, so we see the United Nations imposing penalties, and we've gone beyond stick swinging.
So do you think the priest or the minister knows when you come to them and you say, I really want to get to heaven, can you help show me new ways? Immediately they realize that you are a sucker and you're ripe for abuse. Now, maybe they know the truth and maybe they don't. But it says here, to cover his ignorance, to cover his lack of knowledge. And then those who understand you are ignorant have abused it to their benefit. So when you talk about some of these things in hell, they say, oh, you remember what P.T. Barnum used to say? You never give a sucker an even break, but then there's an additional part to that, or you never smarten up a chump. And isn't this what's happened here when they see you talking about heaven and hell? They say these people are ripe for abuse, if they understand. But it says those who understand you are ignorant have abused it to their benefit.
Well, I used to subscribe to that theory.
I think we all have gone through a lot of this process. Our parents or our families usually, if you're of such a persuasion, your family normally, until you get to the age of rebelling against it, you're brought into that in so many ways, because that's what our family is.
Well, I can honestly say that, my parents weren't of that persuasion, and that was probably one of the reasons that, we struggled as much as we did, because they didn't understand the ethos of the American dream, and that is, you go along to get along. That's not the way they were brought up, but when you look at the results, and you say, well, obviously, if the measure is the physical accomplishment, but, the measure really struck home for me several years ago when the third wealthiest man in France passed away with $14 billion in the bank. And I thought, many, many times, too many times, I'm worrying about either the mortgage payment or the car payment or the rent. And people with $14 billion in the bank aren't worried about that. When the end of the month comes or the due date comes, you know what that is? That's another day on the calendar. And quite possibly that could be the payday for them because they're the ones who are collecting the rent, But what do you need that money for? If you take that money and you put it in a bank, then you don't need money because that money came from the bank. And then you just give it back and they give you a little piece of paper that says, well, you have all this money. But what is it good for? If you don't use it, having the money itself is kind of worthless. I tell you what, true story.
Is that
Yesterday,
like having knowledge and not applying it?
or having a technology like advanced chips, advanced microchips, and not being able to sell it into the largest market in the world, and forcing you to lay off thousands and thousands of well-trained American employees. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But I just to finish off my true story, I was presented with a deal, and it was a table, and it was a nice heavy-duty plastic table that could fold. And you say, well, what are you going to do with that? And there were many times when I could have used that table. You could use it as a picnic table. You can use it at the flea market or whatever you want. Anyway, it was available for $25. It was slightly damaged. So I brought it home, and the slight damage was indeed slight, and the table was fantastic. And the table was 2 meters long by 1 meter wide. And I put two $10 bills and a $5 bill on the table. And I said, which one is worth more? Your Honor, I rest my case. Over to you, Mark.
Okay.
So
Anyone
Alex,
else? Yes, come right in, please. We'd like others
if I
to
go to
interact.
hell, do I get all the money back I put in the collection plate? Has anybody ever answered that question?
No, they cash out your pocket and your soul. Sorry.
And your social insurance number.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, too bad. It sucks to be you.
But as we wise up to this abuse and as we wise up to our own creation, again, as Mr. Keshe said, we're not shutting anything down. These places will become museum places to visit in the future of how we used to do things on this planet. But that may take a bit more time and effort, depending on how things roll out. But it's certainly that is the end result. They will be empty, and the religious leaders will remove the frock in one way or another.
Well, I just want to emphasize one piece of good news, Mark, and at the same time, thank everybody for allowing me to continue with these presentations and sticking with us and understanding that, this is very difficult to convey this information in a coherent way to people without getting nasty stares, rude comments, and losing friends. But the
Or a
point,
referral to the insane asylum from your local doctor.
Well, you just have to improve your presentation there, Mark. But okay, the thing that I keep emphasizing that, you know, as I'm teaching these classes, I'm learning. So, you know, it's an awkward situation. I am really hopeful that many of you are learning along with me. But the thing is that in reality, it's very hard for you to learn at the rate that I'm learning, because in order for me to put these things together, I kind of have to know what I'm talking about. I mean, I think that's kind of a little bit of a prerequisite, and I have to be able to stand by it. And made many mistakes, but the mistakes are part of the learning process. And this is what I want to say, is that the learning process is also part of the healing process. So the act of making these presentations is not only edifying for me, but it's healing for me. And just being able to tell someone whether or not they absorb it, shall we say, whether or not they acknowledge the absorbment, the absorption of the information. They absorb it. There's no question about it. Their soul listens. Okay. It's just that when you're disconnected from your soul and you dictate terms to your soul, then, you know, all you recognize is the physicality. But the truth of the matter is that, you know, when you talk to that person, the soul listens, and it does have an impact. And you know, because of the speed of transmission varying by orders of magnitude, and God knows orders of magnitude, that person may take, you know, years to catch up to the soul, but their soul will not stop them from trying. And so, as knowledge seekers, it seems to me that this is very helpful for us to get off that hesitancy highway, and we can have a better you know, representation of it than what's happening in the Brazilian community, because they have a momentum, and they have a sincerity, and they have an appreciation for the sense of urgency. And we're not here for the sake of having entertainment. We're here in a life and death situation. Then the next moment, someone, in the absence of the knowledge that we have, is either suffering or, you know, making the supreme sacrifice. And those who are existing in the absence of the knowledge are suffering with depression and anxiety and fearfulness. So the rate of change also has to change. And so this is why you see so much of an effort with the Peace Dome and how important that is. But again, we don't have to be there to feed it. This is done every second of every minute of every day. This is just the way we give and take energy. So we are the ones who are being selfish in our giving. So thank you all very much. And stay tuned for another episode next week. Over to you, Mark.
And Alex, I will say today your presentation was flawless. Your voice never wavered at all. You had 100% perfect communication. Your communication from your new Wi-Fi didn't drop at all, so everything was crystal clear. Good for you.
That was a silver lining. Thanks a lot.
And the price was right, as I understand it.
Well, it cost me 5 cents. 5 cents.
Okay,
Seriously.
I see. Great. We wouldn't, nobody would have a qualm with that, I don't think. Lisbeth has opened her microphone.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your weekly explanations. It's beautiful for us. Thank you, thank you. All the time I sharing the only the big part that you explain us in discussion after that, because I think it's very, very important, and many people study after sharing, the many people around the world as a student from you lessons. And as to me, and I give you as the private to you, because one Korean people asked to me and need the text for translating that teachings in Korean. And I intend translate completely series in Spanish, because the first part you sharing in a Spanish community, and of course have in Spanish, in English, and in Portuguese too. But it's very, very, very nice and very important explanation for you, and I intend little by little translating in Spanish, and the people ask for Korean. I think they have a test, maybe share in many communities, or give for the communities translating. So I think it's a lot of work, but thank you so much. This is very, very nice. Thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, and I'm sure that University of the Universe, or the Plasma Cafe, will open at some point in time, but it'll probably have to be fairly heavily monitored, or people that disrupt will have to be, their mics will have to be taken away. I was really shocked to hear that the Italian community was growing again, but then there was some problems of balancing out. Certain people wanted to teach this way, other people thought it was incorrect, and I know sometimes we can't, but there are growing pains with this whole thing. Elizabeth, are you looking at this plasma coffee shop any differently now, or is that something I mean, because in a way, this is a plasma coffee shop. Anyone can make any comments they want, but we don't seem to get a tremendous amount of interaction, which is okay. Silent line of communication is no problem.
Yes, but really, I need more space, because it's 3 hours, 4 hours weekly is not sufficient time, because the knowledge is, oh my God, is very profound and very extensive. But I like that, like friends only take like a coffee friends, not official, of course, because never compromise the foundation, and anybody assists here don't like that. But from the Keshe Foundation is not possible. Maybe for friends, no, only friends give me the Zoom, personal Zoom, and put at the chat, okay, who like a student now, or 2 hours tomorrow, or whatever, and the people assist. So it's possible, no? But of course, it's not official. Of course, it's not compromise the name to the Keshe Foundation, but I like that.
Yeah, I always thought that was a nice, a relaxing way for people to ask questions. It's just, you have to deal with some of the trolls who are either jealous or trying to disrupt. And this is part of it.
In that moment, I like that in that moment, because anybody is around 70 or more people prepare for the sessions, monthly sessions, and assist monthly session. Maybe it's good for talk about that. It maybe is good for, okay, I think I like preferring, I don't know, or understand that, or whatever. But it's all the time, is only in the plasma technology, no more, not around the other connections or around the other knowledge, not only that. Because I remember all the time when Alex said, I need 15 classes for understand all concepts. I understand why. And for that reason, in more, maybe it's little thing for me and confused, but to the 2 or 3 people in understand completely and take 5 words, you understand. Oh my God, yes. That's is that is for that reason propose the friends coffee. So only for the is maybe it's for the other is more easy understand one concept, for example.
Yeah. I think we'll get into that at some point in time in the future. Maybe when this technology starts to hit the marketplace, people will be asking a lot of questions informally, and we could have that sort of setup. We'll see.
And I'm sorry, and maybe it's better because all the knowledge seekers prepare for the teach others, and maybe I have one concept that, but this difficult sharing the others when the people is playing easy. So oh my God, yes, is the way, and I don't know. Maybe it's a good time for prepare for teach others. I don't know, but that's possible. But I repeat again, never is official. It's only not never compromise the Keshe Foundation name. And thank you.
Any thoughts on this, Alex? The plasma coffee shop of sorts, internet cafe style, University of the Universe, or is it too early for that?
Mark, the most important point that Elizabeth brought up is that, this is part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings. I have no problem putting it under that banner. And no one has to do that. But, that's what it is. It's the knowledge of the plasma science, and that's what the Keshe Foundation is about. And so our ownership of the foundation is not based in shares. It's based in sharing. It's based in participation. And the knowledge that I have brought, I have leaned heavily on knowledge that I had before I came to the foundation. And that knowledge has helped me to understand the plasma science. Because what's important here is that the plasma science is advanced science. And, there's no doubt that within your environment, you're not in an advanced environment. You're in, common environment in the city, and you're socializing with common people, and you're not working in some exotic lab with high budgets and big research grants and stuff like that. We're just ordinary people making cups of life in our kitchens, and it's part of the advanced science. So by being part of that, you're part of the greater oneness. By not recognizing that you're being part of that, then you're basically splitting up the effort. And that's, I just can't understand that. It really doesn't make sense. So this is one of the things that's so gratifying about the work with the one nation, one planet is because all the universal councils coming together now to, shall we say, not so much flex their muscles, but flex their feathers and, become more impactful that way. Because we truly are representative of one nation, and that nation is the humanity nation from Earth. So that gives us a broader scope, a larger scheme, and makes us more impactful. And so we need to understand this impactfulness, that we can never do it as, 8 billion individuals out there. We have to understand that this planet is our home, and every one of us is a shareholder in that home. So this isn't Mark's meeting. This isn't Alex's meeting. This is a meeting put together with all those panelists who are in attendance today. But as Elizabeth said, there are many people who listen to this and will listen to this even months and years down the road, and they will get whatever they can get from it. So that means that's beyond our immediate gratification, if you will. And this becomes the key point. How can we enhance the situation and elevate the situation plasmatically through the physical activity that we have available to us at this point in time? Because the clock is ticking. We will be there will be radical changes coming at the end of November, undeniable changes, and that's only months away. So, we need to stay the course, and we need to have good intentions, and we need to understand that the powers that we had in the process of being born are still with us. So this is not something to impose on someone. It's to accommodate, allow, yield, and receive. And thank you all. What a great day today. You guys are terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alice. I'm sorry. I need to clarify one point. It's only my point. A good time for the friends, but not the position for the museum. Sorry, it's only my individual position. Okay, got it. The other extra more time for talk about the plasma technology. No compromise for that reason. All the time I talk is not official. I like that, but of course, only Universal Council like that more time, but in find the other time is my position only, because I not compromise the Universal Council. It's my position. I am Lisbeth only. I'm lazy for them. Okay, thank
I
you.
agree. I've agreed with that
Yeah.
for quite a long time. I thought there should be something to set up as people travel around the internet. They may hit on something that clicks. But again, you're going to have to deal with some objections, I'm sure, because you're challenging, as we've come to understand, what they've been brought up with, what they've been indoctrinated with, and sometimes that can be pretty rough, changing that. Up to them to do it, of course, but in the meantime, there may be some verbal altercations happening, which goes along with the territory, I'm sure.
Maybe I could just clarify one thing,
Sure.
just in case there is a misunderstanding. Elizabeth, no, I totally endorse what you do. The point came up prior to the Brazilian team forming. We were short-circuited by another team that even they didn't share the website. The members from the Brazilian community didn't have the correct website. And this was only discovered when Mr. Keshe himself went to Brazil and he's making a presentation, and the people who were there at the presentation, I think there were 100 people in the room or more, but they were passing notes amongst themselves like little school children, passing little notes back and forth. And Mr. Keshe noticed, and he says, well, what are you doing? What are you passing these notes around? This is a public forum. And they said, well, we didn't know the proper name of the website. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Like, why would someone want to do that? So these knowledge seekers that came to the session with Mr. Keshe were hungry for knowledge. And the shock, can you imagine the shock? Well, Mr. Keshe expressed his shock. They say, well, when we were broadcasting on the Brazilian community, it was being short-circuited. It wasn't getting out to the Brazilian community. We thought it was getting out. It wasn't until at that point that the new Brazilian team was put together, and they have no problem putting up the Keshe banner.
Right.
And this is what we're saying. We're all part of the Keshe community, but the meetings that you're having, Elizabeth, you're not. I know for a fact you're not hiding the fact that it's part of the Keshe community. When you look at the representation that we get from the Spanish community, it is in reality, it's worse than the Canadian community, because the Spanish community is way bigger than Canada. I mean, we're only 40 million. We're just a drop in the bucket. But we can't even get more than 100 members in our community, and the American community is 200. So why is it why is that the problem? And it comes down to the social acceptance. So we don't find it socially acceptable to do that. But interestingly enough, half the members of the Canadian team are foreigners. So the Canadian team, I think the entire Canadian team is here today. But that's an exaggeration. The thing is that we have a very strong community here, but it's just very small. And we know that the Spanish community is very, very strong. But there is something that is glaring missing. We know, for instance, that the team in Uruguay is really, really strong. But the team in Spain, I don't hear anything from it. And Mexico should be very strong, but we seem to have very strong representation in Honduras, from Alenka, and and yourself. It's a very small group, but it's not the quantity, it's the quality. You are a very powerful nucleus, and that's what you should focus on. So you're welcome, and I am working on. I have new technology, and I am working on. You've inspired me to get back to doing that. So I hope to be able to deliver some results to you very soon. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for all that you do.
Okay, and Misty says to everyone, thank you. You are batting 100. I'm not sure if you understand baseball, Misty, but 100 is a pretty low batting average. I think that means you miss 9 out of 10. Something along that line, but no problem. We get what you mean. Yeah. 1,000. There she goes. Now she's got it. Yeah. she increased it by an order of magnitude of 10.
Oh, that's so sweet. Just boom, just like
Very
that.
good.
Isn't that great? Okay. Now I can.
All right. Is there any other thoughts, comments, questions, objections anyone would like to raise? Otherwise, we've made you aware of the offers in the Keshe Foundation today. Hopefully, it'll strike a chord with some of you to keep Keshe Foundation free, and that's the video we'll close on. But in the meantime, just want to remind you about the three wise men. And of course, may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. And of course, thinking good, speaking good, and acting good will make a huge impact. You'll be quite proud of yourself and the work you do. But keep these three wise men close to you. They create a huge shielding, I think, of peace, because you're not taking away from any soul. You're not criticizing or thinking bad. You're not speaking bad, and you're not acting bad towards anyone else or any other entity. And so this is a huge advantage in a way. It's a secret that was shared in the holy book, but again, we got misled on what the actual gifts were, thinking they were gold or incense or precious oils. Again, getting us back into the matter state of understanding. But it's actually this energy state, this plasmatic state of thinking and speaking and acting good. So thank you all for being here and for bringing the change in whatever shape or fashion you would like to take it. And anything else from anybody before I play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity? Thank you, Alex. And thank everyone for being here and being part of this and continuing to push this knowledge step by step. Again, I think the slow but sure is much better than fast and helter-skelter about everything. So that's why Mr. Keshe is actually slowing us down. He mentioned that in Sanya in that interview with Eleonora. We're quite anxious to climb the mountain, but we may not have everything set yet to do the full excursion. So step by step, slowly we're being trained, we're practicing, and the rest of it to make that leap, so to speak. Although some may come in and do it almost instantaneously. This is not beyond the possibilities. There's no limitations here. Okay, if no one has any other questions or comments, I'll play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, become a trial volunteer, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will close. Sounds quiet enough to me. Let's start this. Thank you, everyone. Have an amazing rest of your morning, day, or evening, wherever you may be.
Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer, and opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out. Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new damage.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.